Hmm.
People where they came from, right? A lot of our folks, that hip hop shit, a lot of cats came from the South talking that talk. Came up top and brought that fire up here. So even when you talk about cuisine coming from the South, chicken and waffles and shit like that, right? Our people migrated from the South, went to New York City, right? And you start thinking about chicken and waffles. That brother, the chicken, Roscoe, that brother is from Cali. I mean, he's from Harlem. Roscoe is from Harlem, and then he went down to Cali with the chicken and waffles popping. So when you start talking about the origins of a lot of shit, and then he's also another South guy though, right? A lot of folks came up top, did what they did, and then went other places with this stuff. So what? Before I give any further, ladies and gentlemen, our gracious host has joined the panel. Salute to brother Dr. Short. Ladies and gentlemen, brother Dr. Short in the building. Sir, are you there? Live in effect, sir.
I'm here, and in spite of these bastards messing with our technology, we got it.
Correct,
We're
sir.
still here. You know, our technology got messed with today.
Well, I will say this while you're getting that
No,
going,
no,
it's
no.
a
My
couple of things.
technology is fine now. It just
Well, I think,
whenever we set a time that we're going to do it on, that's when everything doesn't work. It's
oh, absolutely.
amazing. It's amazing. People think we're making this stuff up.
Very, very consistent with the systems are very consistent in
Very
their efforts to
consistent.
try to derail us,
Oh,
sir.
and I see,
Very.
Hey,
and
hey, Chef, tell him about that phone call that I tried to give him a call. Over an hour and a half after we went for microphone check, we couldn't even get our calls on, family. This morning, just something for us to think about.
hey, quiet
Want to do
scales.
this?
So we have I have faithful people. Hi, Sister Quiet Scales.
Salute to
And,
our
and
sis.
and I owe somebody an apology. Do you know someone sent me a donation, and I don't know what's going on with banks, but one of my donations, I've never had it happen before, where a donation that someone sent me, as broke as we are, and it got returned to them. So I don't know. I don't know how to respond to. Are you hearing me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
I don't know how to respond to someone when they did something. They tried. The guy's name is Anthony Herman. Sent me this beautiful note. Their donations because you love your people. I was like, wow, and it got. They took it. So,
Mm.
and this is crazy because I have another bank. I want everybody. If you if you shop at Walmart, don't use Woodforest Bank. If you don't use your money, they begin taking $15 per month from you for not using the account. And they may not even notify you. And then they'll zero out your account and they just take all your money.
And this is the problem we keep facing with ignorance, with bullshit from these systems. However, before we go to you, Brother Short, because I definitely want to get into the filming experience you had on microphone check, sir.
Microphone check. Well,
And
okay.
hold on. Before we go there, we got some announcements we have to make on our end. Let's not forget, ladies
Oh,
and gentlemen,
yes.
Pat Talk, the Patriarch Summit,
Mhm.
we will be conducting again, to be very clear, August the 24th,
Fourth.
ladies and gentlemen. Okay? Thurgood, tentatively, Thurgood Marshall Center, ladies and gentlemen.
Hmm.
Okay, so make sure y'all mark your calendars again. You'll be able to have a conversation with our brother Dr. Short,
And
myself,
others.
few other solid brothers that's going to be in the building presenting and sharing information, valuable information, uh, this is going to be a situation of substance. I
Of
will
substance.
also have a couple of my chefs providing you with a substantial lunch.
Mm,
Okay,
mm.
for those who are going to be in attendance, there will be a lunch for you guys as well.
It
So
sounds like a white
definitely,
man's meeting. Food
yeah,
and a
real
good
white,
discussion.
treat you white, the
That's
white
right.
way. Okay.
That's right.
Listen.
The
So,
only
ladies and
way.
gentlemen, for information, okay, in the bottom you're gonna see my brother Dr. Short's email and my email to Bloodline Films. You can hit Brother Short, DrRandyShort at gmail.com for more information on how we plan to roll this thing out.
Hmm.
And then, of course, my administrator at Bloodline Films TV,
Hmm.
she'll get back in touch with you as well for more
And Chef
information.
C, we are interested. We haven't fully mapped out a program. If you know any truly gifted speakers,
Mm-hmm.
community people who are doing something, for example, if you know somebody that does advisement for people that people that know anything about helping people through custody or dealing with whatever finances, we want to create a holistic experience where there'll be something in there for virtually every kind of thing, except this one thing. I'm a quit chef. If we're not promoting anything around gender or sexual confusion.
At
I
all.
mean, okay, this is not a dick sucking event. It will not be a dick sucking or rectum licking event. I mean, you guys can simply
Oh,
watch Diddy on YouTube. We're
correct.
not doing that. This is about building up Black men to be good men to themselves as individuals and to the women and to their children and to their people. And for people like me who are, what am I? I know it's a curse in Black America because we've gotten so phony, but for all of us Christians, right? Okay,
Right.
you should also be good to God. This is what we need. And I got a comment from Sister Quiet Scales. I hope you had fun, Dr. Short, and enjoyed giving your knowledge. You know, before we even do into that, I want to just give a shout out to Brother Tariq. Uh, I'm the last person I thought anyone would ask about hip hop because everyone knows that I'm a Motown nigga. And I mean, I'm like stuck in this up until about 1983. And I'm from the worst place in the country to look for a hip hop expert because people in DC would beat your ass if you played hip hop. Even the grassroots people, hip hop was not permitted in our parties. Not until Rapper's Delight came out. Up until that, if you tried to play that New York shit, the DJ could get beat up, everybody fight. It had to be go Philadelphia. It could be anywhere. You have to understand. I've tried to tell people this, and I'm not picking New Yorkers, irk DC people, and the Bronx in particular irks us. I mean, this Bronx is someplace we wouldn't even bother to have anything to do with. I'm just trying to tell you, we had nothing to do. I mean, I didn't go to Bronx until I was in my 40s. I mean, if you went to New York, you knew to get off the A line or the red, get off before it crosses the river into Bronx. So I didn't go to Bronx. I think the first time I went to Bronx was like about 2000, 2012. That's the first time in my life I'd ever even been in Bronx. And that was during daylight. I was out. I was only there for like an hour. You never go to Bronx for anything, period. The, I'm not picking on the people in Bronx. I'm just trying to tell you how we're socialized. I mean, we could barely stand Brooklyn. Harlem, you got to give it its respect. But Bronx, damn, that was an embarrassment. I mean, you would say stuff like, I'm not from the Bronx, just so that people know I'm okay. So anything coming from there, I mean, people don't want to hear it. So I can just tell you, I can remember, I mean, Curtis Blow maybe, but hip hop. So for me to be from DC where there's go-go, which is very close to funk and Motown and Stax, this is not a major hip hop city, at least initially, but this is a heavy uh, Carolina, Georgia, Southside Virginia, and so DC's got its own thing. But Brother Tariq invited me in, and I talked to him, and I talked to everybody because North Carolina, Southside Virginia don't get a lot of recognition. I mean, people talk about Nat Turner, but where was Nat Turner from? People talk about Gabriel Prosser. Where was he from? Right? People may even talk about Ella Fitzgerald. Where was she from? There's a whole lot of black music because they're like, in reality, like two black belts. Or more or less, I'm gonna break it down. There are two principal black belts. There's coastal South Carolina, and there's the northern, and I'm breaking the pieces, northern and southern Chesapeake, and the Virginia North Carolina border black belt. Most black people are connected to these two huge concentrations of black, Indian, Europeanized Moors. That's like almost the heartbeat of black Americans. And my family comes almost heavily right in the epicenter of this Virginia North. I mean, every county in there, Pitt County, Moore County, per, what's it, Pesc, forgive me, Wilson County. You start naming all the counties. Dinwiddie, Olive Wright, Southampton, the county Nat Turner's from, Northampton, Nash, Edgecombe, Halifax County. These are very strong black centers. Not only did you have all your slave revolts, but you had a lot of the slave breeding, and the major places that they exported people south come out of these areas. So it's like the heart or the womb of the Black American experience. And therefore, this is why I said to Tariq, if you want to shoot these liar foreign tethers and others in the head, all you need to do is look at the fact that a bunch of these rappers, they're from Carolina. There's North, what's it called? North Kakalaki, Bamas, even the people in Alabama. If you start talking about Alabama, the people in Alabama, Mississippi were brought from Virginia and North Carolina westward. You don't have a Black American history minus Virginia, North Carolina, Chesapeake, and South Carolina. If you got rid of that, we wouldn't exist. And so I think Tariq ran with that. So we had a very long discussion, only snippets of what I said, but what I impressed upon Tariq is this North Carolina in particular, Big Meat Markham, all these people out of Carolina, the supposed really first modern rap record with Maurice White from Earth, Wind, and Fire, and the Salty Peppers and Ramsey Lewis playing the drums. I mean, one of the fathers of funk, whether people want to give him that recognition or not, from Chess Records and Arc Records and Columbia Records, if you get where I'm coming from. I look fat in the video. I am not that fat. God. Anyway, man, I look like I weigh like.
Hey, that's Brother Short on the big screen, ladies and gentlemen, nationwide, right there.
I look like I weigh about 300 pounds. No, I weigh 228 pounds, and I could lose that. I need to lose 28 of it. I'm going to try. But no, I'm not 400 pounds. I'm not a huge, I don't, you can't put a silver dollar in the fold on my neck and and so forth. But I'm glad Tariq ran with it. All of the people in there were fantastic. It could have been shorter. It could have been longer. but it was good. The graphics, they didn't overpower you with the effects. The effects were tastefully done. It was a really good film. I hope people see it. I hope that there are also films that answer it, like black music is call and response, like Ray Charles, hey, hey, ho, ho, right? That somebody give their spin on hip hop as long as it's giving black Americans credit. So Tariq did a major thing to defend us. I wish we would do this for everything. We've got to fight for our rights, and other people, black Americans, they would steal everything we had, curse us. And I'm going to tell you something because I've worked with refugees and immigrants. And thank you and gratitude is not a part of many of those people's traditions. In fact, I'm going to tell you something. If you meet any Africans or Caribbeans, a lot of them will not help their own family and friends come over here because when they get to America, they turn, backstab, use, and betray their own people. So if you think we're being treated poorly, they do the same thing to each other. The only difference is the people that are familiar with the culture and the language are able to check them a lot faster than when we find out, which is why a lot of them prefer to deal with us because we don't know them like their own do. And so, yes, will those people steal a music form, then act like they made it? Absolutely. Let me just tell you a story that I was told by a Caribbean, and I didn't make the story up. I don't know. I was wondering why someone told me this. And this person says, yeah, you like other people from other places, don't you? She says, yeah, sure, they're okay. I mean, so let me tell you a story. There's a story that there was a Barbadian and a Jamaican, and they were going to make a stew. And so all the Jamaican had was bones to put in the soup. But the Barbadian had some meat, had some vegetables, had some legumes. And as they sat there and they cooked in the pot, when the soup was finished, the Jamaican said, "Get your bones out my soup." Why someone told me this, I wasn't looking to be critical of other people who are black in this diaspora, but they said, if you don't understand the story, you don't know what you're dealing with. The same Jamaicans who burnt down a hotel in Jamaica where Jamaicans weren't welcome by Chinese and others, those same Jamaicans here find it rude for black Americans to insist on exclusivity of certain things for ourselves. When they have Caribbean Day here in DC, black Americans don't go in and barge or try. Let them celebrate. They should be happy. But if we had a black American thing only, folks would complain about it. And it's our fault, our weakness, our stupidity, our stupid ass boomer folks where everybody that's not white is cool. We haven't been properly educated. People from other countries, black, don't owe us anything. They won't think like us. They don't have the same objectives. They don't have the same history. They shouldn't be expected to have. And vice versa, since they don't have the same objectives, same views, same goals, then they shouldn't be in our stuff. Simple. I'll say one more thing and I'll shut up. In 2011 or 12, I went to a human rights conference at East West University in the Loop of Chicago. And we were talking about African American, Black American rights, whatever. And as we were talking, this light-skinned Caribbean woman jumped up and said, "I object to how you people are describing everything." and you have no rights. This isn't her meeting, people. And you need to say it differently and how this. And let me tell you something that I hate about all of us Black Americans. Most of you are cowardly bitches, men and women. Someone from another community can come in and insult us publicly, and we all decide, as rude as we can be to each other, to be polite to this invader. And I said, excuse me, madam. I'm probably going to get your accent wrong. So for wherever you're from in the Caribbean, you're a guest here. If you're not a Black American, you really shouldn't be here. In particular, you definitely don't belong here. If we are trying to solve our problems and you're coming to tell us how we're going to talk to one another, who invited you anyway? I certainly didn't. And if you don't like the way we talk to each other, the door isn't locked. You should get out. And she says, I'm insulted. I says, I meant for you to be insulted. We're leaving. Says, thank God. The Caribbeans left and we had a positive meeting. They came in to bust up us getting ourselves together. You need to understand something. Us getting healed means they can't leech off of us. We're like a dying animal that different animals are taking bites out of. And we need to understand that an African will take a bite out of you, a Caribbean will take a bite out of you, an Afro-European will take a bite out of you. I'm not saying all, but most, because their agenda is different from ours. I'm not even mad about that, but don't come around me and tell me what I can and cannot do in my country. If that woman, Jamaican, had been a Black American in Jamaica, they would have beat her ass. There are things that people from other countries do here to Black Americans that people kill people for where they come from. This is our lack of appreciating that this is our country, our land, our heritage, our history, and we invite everybody in. Your country, your culture is almost like your vagina. Everybody don't belong in it. Some special people get in with a whole bunch of prerequisites. Yeah, but I've been in these dynamics and I've watched Black Americans, if they have an accent or a different type of clothing on, all the Black folks bow down. You're perfect. We're trash. We live in America. We're so white. We've lost our culture. We don't have any dignity. Just lead us, foreign Black people. You know everything. You guys are closer to the source. And they've got blonde wigs. Everybody's married to white. And they have 100 times more self-hatred, skin lightening cream than we ever did. And the Pan-Africanist niggas have us running after these people. Well, you know, Brazil has more cultural retentions from Africa. Well, I want to tell you, with all that cultural retention from Africa, the blackest parts of Brazil have practically no Black elected officials. Practically no real strong Black movement. The strongest Black movement in Brazil is where the Black Brazilians have to interact with white Brazilians in places like Rio and Sao Paulo, and white folk kick them in the ass in a ruthless way. So just like in the American South, where Black folks are large in numbers, you have the most repressive and cruel governments towards Blacks. And Brazil in the north, with its blackest, they have the plantation rulers there. So all this talk about African retentions, Africans themselves don't know their own history and culture. They come here, they don't think of themselves really as Nigerian. They think of yourself as Igbo, Hausa, I'm from the Middle Belt. When they get here, all this Black stuff is something that we put together to deal with these devils in this country that other people tapped into to deal with similar problems. Nobody does it better than us, and no group of people betray us better than our boule, right? Nobody betrays us more than our Divine Nine and our no good black clergy and our sellout
Oh
black
no.
professionals who see white folks doing eugenics on us as colleagues and for who won't criticize. You'll be in a child and family services thing, and the people are trading in black kids and the other black social workers who are mostly gay when they're men all sit up and support black kids getting molested so long as they're in white homes. This kind of crap no group of people betray better than our traitor black Americans, which is, and that the other people come over here and see it and watch. If there are any critiques of the film Microphone Check, it's going to come from uh, world citizen coons. These kind of people. I don't believe in borders. I don't believe in that. I'm a citizen of the world. Travel to Africa without a passport. Cross a boundary in Africa without a passport. You want to see your ass get beat or locked up or fined. It's everything in Africa. And they get us to think it's nothing. So we'll throw away your American citizenship. Trust me, they want it. Someone stole my American passport in Ghana. And they were going to live well. They planned to sell it. Because you can sell an American passport for $20, $50, $100,000 to get a U.S. passport. Oh, yes, the Africans will come up with their little dollar a day, all those motherfuckers come together and get a U.S. passport, because if they can get one person here to get into the system and run the corrupt games, they can bring their family and other people over. And I just told the Ghanaian dude, hey, look, you can keep the passport. I understand. You won't let me pay you. I can't pay you what you want me to give you to return my passport. So what I'm going to do is let the American embassy know that you're with Al Qaeda and you plan to do a suicide bombing in the U.S. And when they're cutting your penis with a razor blade on some black ship somewhere, think about me and the fact that I wanted to pay you and you decided to show me your foreign ass. My passport was miraculously returned to my host. And I'm just trying to tell you. So, Microphone Check is a microcosm. We need to open up. And I'm not saying be against anybody. That's never what I'm going to tell you. What I'm trying to say to you is that other people will steal everything that we have. We've been told to be ashamed. Oh, slavery, we were slaves. Black self-hatred, self-hating black people are a goddamn disgrace. This scum walk around, hate everything, hate their mama, hate everything. If everybody black in our group hated themselves, dropped dead tomorrow, we'd be free. It's black folks who hate themselves, black folks who hate the rest of us, black folks who won't work together. They're the Ku Klux Klan and Nazis' best tactical special weapons troop in our community. And some of them are educated. And I could tell you in the university, the black American teachers always favored the foreign students over the black American students. We're talking about they always tell them, the Africans are smart.
Wake that up, Dr. Short.
African students lie, cheat, steal, get 100 breaks, and they'll constantly compare you to an African student to prove, and so black professionals are some of the most fucked up people in the world. You know what they think really being black and professional means? Meaning that I don't bond with anybody that's black and American. I can connect to everybody else. And when I come up against a black American, I come hard, harsh, clinical, and exacting. When I go with a white person, I'm gentle, humane, understanding. I do somersaults backwards to show my kindness, my empathy, my ethos for humanity. It is so black professionals. I don't give a damn about the talented 10th. If we never, ever have any more talented 10th, I'll be great, because they are slime. If you think that all these people getting degrees for black folks means something, if getting degrees, and we have maybe 4, 5 million degree holders, black Americans among the most educated people in the world. And yet look at where we are, all these degrees, all this. If you hate your own guts, you hate your people's guts, you hate God for making you black. If you hate your hair, hate your nose, and it shows. And since you can't have white skins and you have ugly tattoos everywhere. But did they notice the tattoo ink is darker than the skin on this? But anyway, I'm not trying to, this isn't some rational shit that we're dealing with. Don't like your
Not at all.
hair, got blonde weave on. And you know what's interesting? I, I'm waiting for the day, because it may happen, it may get that bad, where people start processing their pubic hair. Now, I
Oh, it's already there, sir. It's happening,
oh,
sir.
oh my God. So people putting perms in their pubic hair?
Oh yeah.
Oh my God. You know what? That's interesting. That
Yes.
I could see people getting perms in their pubic hair. Really. So, and probably
Egregious.
making it blonde too. And then if a black dude wants a person with real blonde hair on the stuff, now that's bad. But if you have fake blonde hair down there, I'm supposed to want that. I think I'm understanding. I'm trying. I'm really grappling with pork chop psychology to try to get it. If they have
He's on fire.
if they have a bleach blonde pubic hair and it's a black woman, it's good. If it's a white woman with blonde pubic hair, it's bad. That sounds a lot like racism. Anyway, let me stop.
Hold on, brother Dr. Short. I got a couple things in here. First and foremost, salute for the cash app, brother Rose. Salute to the cash. Down here, rock the black. Big shout out. I see my brother in here. We got Sizzler Capitan in the building. Salute, brother Sizzler Capitan.
And I want to say hello to the person from Russia, and I forget how to say hello. I just know how to say goodbye, so I won't say das vidanya to him. I want to say hello to Coach from Atlanta, and salute to all the people, and of course, Quiet Skills holding it down. OG brother that's in Sacramento. Oh, I see Mark Smith. Oh my God, all these people from California. Black people in California that are under siege, their asses beyond these lives. Negroes on the East Coast that haven't been fully hit by the tsunami of illegals are still living in the 60s.
Hold on. New York City's gone. We've been hit. It's gone.
Well, it's not New York, it's New York. You never had it.
It's the whole I gotta put it back on it. It's the whole tri-state.
Jersey been gone. Shit, I've been trying to get Jersey
Connecticut
back
too.
the last 10 years.
Well, nobody wants Connecticut. Let them have it. Let them have all of New England.
See, this is how the tri-state roll out that way. The people in New York, they make their money, right? And they go spend their money and they relax and set up shop in Connecticut. See, that's how it used to go down for black folks. But since they made it to a sanctuary city and all that nonsense, that's when they started giving us the boot. I'm going to Delaware soon.
The Pan-Africanists supported sanctuary cities. We were lied to. We've been lied to by the older black generations. We've been lied to by the preachers who've got some churches over in Africa because nobody wants to listen to them here. And they even now have African pastors who can't preach in black churches. And I think the Africans have more holiness. So I'm not saying that there aren't good African ministers. That's not what I'm trying to say. But a bunch of fraud African preachers come here and, man, they just celebrate them because they have an accent. And the reason the Black American church is dying is because the grifter, Divine Nine people and the Masons run the churches. And like everything, they destroy it. They destroy everything. The Black HBCUs, they're all run by the same people. If you look at our community, you see it's in ruins. It says something about the leadership of a people. And so this talented tenth, these people are barbarians, they're savages. We should not like them. We should be very, very angry with them. And they're not going to change until we change them. The same way that Brother Tariq is serving notice to the foreign people not to lie about history and culture. There needs to be a way to punish and correct and discipline traitor dissident elites. As long as this is the case, like for example, you get all these black schools and they're always in financial trouble. It isn't because they stopped charging tuition, because those grifters have the most indebted students in the country. It's because the Greek letter people steal all the money from the schools and bring in foreigners to steal. The preferred ethnic group is Indians. That's how Morris Brown got shut down. And they have they bring in these people, and anybody, even if they don't even check the degrees, just be foreign and you're smart. If you're Black American, you're not smart no matter how bright you are. In particular, if you don't pledge, you're not a Mason, you're not a Marxist, you're not Catholic, you're not Episcopalian, you're not LGBTQ. If you're not from a certain family grouping, then you're not smart.
Not pagan too. Point the pagans out because they got a pagan club organization on my campus, family.
Well, yeah.
Like, let's wait that way, bro.
Yeah, well, no, it's true. I mean, and now if you're a Luciferian, so if you walk around with the beads that you worship, all the little African or Caribbean or whatever gods, oh, you're cool. You better not be a regular church going nigga. It doesn't matter. In the words of my teacher, Dr. Alexander, you're too smart for this. In fact, he's literally telling I shouldn't give you an A grade because you go to church. I'm thinking, damn, what does that have to do with my academic work? Oh, practically it has everything. I had to give it up too. So there's a whole hazing process in the university. Anything that's too connected to Black American culture is seen as stupid and worthless. But dumb shit from everybody else's culture is good. So the little Jewish mohels sucking the blood off the penises of the little babies, the Jewish babies, that's cool. What we do is bad. Okay, the Japanese with their dick parades, a dick festival, that's their culture, right? If you say God made man and woman, man, why are you talking that old stuff, man? The world is non-binary. We need you meet people like Cornel West, and they just everything stupid thought up by Khazarians, they embrace. And if you don't embrace it too, like of course there's no such thing. A fetus is not a baby. I said, if a fetus isn't a baby, why are they selling the organs from it? Oh man, that's conspiracy theory. Then if you go and you prove that they sell organs, man, well, man, are you right wing? Right? And they'll cry about the Jewish baby that died on October 7th. But we have dumpsters full of Black babies that are killed almost, and nobody talks about it here in DC. And because it's a Black baby. And then people say, well, they weren't going to make it anyway. I says, they said that when we were on slave ships. They said that when we were in the cotton field. They said that when we were in the back of the bus. I don't want to get into this with you. So that basically, then they start, that's how the elite type people. And see, that's why I don't hang around them. Right. And, and by the way, it's interesting. And I will stop here, Chef. For all of that, the elite Black people's kids go to jail, smoke dope, and are as fucked up as the Black kids from the projects, because this American oppression psychologically hurts everybody. Nobody escapes it. Nobody completely gets away if you're here. And I just wanted to throw this out, and I'll stop. For all of you, let me see, there are 32 here. There's 6 over here. There's 3 over here. I don't know how many over here, but so all together, what is that? That's 30, 35. Okay, so I got about 40 plus people watching that I know of. The title of my talk was When I Go Bro, He Goes By. And that was my dedication to Manshell Ofaga, or Michelle Obama for you boule types. And I just, Chef C, wasn't that great? When I go bro, he goes by. And if you look at the card that this
that sounds like Wait. That sounds like Diddy and sounds like today's title with Diddy and TD Jakes. He found out he was bi, now he's gone.
No, it says when I go bro, that's for Michelle. When she decides to be the man, Obama decides to go both ways. Instead of when they go low, we go high. I says when I go bro, he goes by. That was more realistic to me than what was said at the political convention. And by the way, did you get that picture, Chef C, of TD Jakes kissing the man? It's really nice, man. I mean, it'd be a great Pride Month card. I mean,
No, I haven't.
get yours now while supplies last.
I haven't opened
Condoms
it up
sold
yet, sir.
separately. Okay, all of this degeneracy, and Diddy. Oh my God. You know, I want to do a shout out to my friend who shared with me that Diddy slapped down his own mom. When you beat up your own mom, I mean, basically, there's nothing. There's nothing I'd put past in how you treat women or other people. And I met Diddy's mom once. She impressed me as a goofy trick. And she had a blonde wig on. And it was very sleazy, the clothes she had on. It was wild. Uh, well, takes Dick's Jakes. I think it's AI, but AI sometimes captures reality. I always want to say to people, TD Jakes, why are all of your children compromised in some way when you're supposedly a man of God? I mean, almost all. In fact, look at him. I said extra semen on that.
Oh, pause. Oh,
Look at that. Well,
pause. Pause. Listen.
He's right now.
Hey, listen. Listen, I got a clip for you though. I got a clip now that you're talking that shit. I got a clip for you, brother.
Wait. Dr. Chef and Dr. Short, did y'all hear about the cussing pastor and his running with the trannies? Yo, what's up with these brothers in the churches? I'm disappointed,
well,
man.
first and foremost, the church isn't a building. Jesus didn't come to save bricks and mortar and marble. Okay. And if Jesus did, he would have bled cement instead of blood. Okay. So the church are the people. The whole concept is it's a fucked up business model, which is why even if I studied to be a minister, I don't want to be responsible for having to get a building built, to pay for the chillers, for the pews, for the furnace, for the electrical bill, for the tiles, for the gutters, for the rug, for the Hammond organ, for the choir loft. Do you realize that preachers become slaves to maintaining a piece of real estate? Not servants of the gospel, servants of God, servants of the people. So once that preacher, if he decides to go what they call legitimate and have a freestanding church building, I call it religious architecture, a religious structure, then he automatically, his focus has to go from the people to the maintenance of the plant. The same way a corporation exists, not to pay workers, but to keep the corporation in business. So these pastors have to hustle. You have to hustle. One, you have to get a mortgage for the building. You've got to get the building built. You have to insurance. It is a business. Okay. And true ministry is a calling. It's two different things. So in reality, if you go back and you find the origin of the term ecclesia, this is a Greek word from which you get church, is people. It's people called, people collected. In fact, the ecclesia was sometimes the government, sometimes the ecclesia were the people called out to be soldiers to fight. It wasn't a building. So the fact that almost everybody associates stuff with architecture, stones, mortar, marble, right? Granite, right? That has absolutely nothing to do with anything. You don't need all of that. And you are a church. When that's the reason you're not supposed to smoke weed or get high or screw a whole lot, because your your body is God's temple. God lives within you. You're the goddamn church. That's just a hustle pad for somebody that's got some brass plates that wants 10% of your income. If your ass is stupid enough to give it to them, that's your problem. To each his own. Some give it to Diddy, some give to Jakes, but they're still hustlers and they're predators. The church, black people had a church when they were slaves, and they would pray and try to keep each other together, catching others hell from white people. The minute it got into real estate and bishops and I'm the baddest nigga preaching, right? These people are religious entertainment, or should I say, entertainment. And so this guy running with trannies, well, on a certain level, that's more responsible than the pastor, where all the kids in the church look just like him and everyone pretends the pastor's not, doesn't have a Holy Ghost harem. I'm not saying I like the trannies either. So what happens is when it is show business attracts freaks, or as I call it, Hollywood. Hollywood has as many freaks as Hollywood, maybe more so. The church isn't about a real church are people who believe in God that help each other and follow God. Does not require structure. The as Sister Scale says, the bigger the church, the more corruption it holds. It's true. Let's look at the Catholic Church. Look at the United Methodist Church. The more they have, because it's money, and you have to understand that this brick and mortar thing is a thing made of men. It's corrupted just by virtue that people are corruptible. And when they make something, it's going to have problems. I've seen it my whole life. I'm not interested. I get bored. I remember I went to the anniversary, I won't say of which church, but they had a choir from Atlanta that looked like it was a Pride Month review. And everybody was so excited about the music. First of all, they couldn't sing. And I was thinking, if you're going to be a gospel singer and you're going to sing about God, you should be a little godly. You mean you're more worldly? And I used to work for a radio station. I'm going to tell you something. Some of the church people were more wicked than the popular music people. I'm just telling you, it's like God. In fact, when I worked as a server, nobody wanted to work on Sunday because people couldn't deal with the church people. I didn't mind working on Sunday, but when the church people saw me working on Sunday and they knew, oh my God, yeah, I know you're I know you fake niggas. Y'all gonna tip me. In Jesus' name, I'm pray for all y'all. All y'all gonna go to hell if y'all don't pay me. All of you. And tell someone, by the way, I saw you, the one in the corner. I saw you look at the other male server here. You want me to tell your pastor I saw you do that? Thank you very much. No, you can give $4. Okay. You the rest y'all can give two. That's to buy my secrecy. Okay, so I mean I got my money from the church people. Come on, short, don't come in here and talk bad about. And then normally, no, I don't talk bad about people, but you come in there, and you know what? The church people would stiff people and eat and leave. And so I let people know, oh, the people at your station, they go to such and such a church. Uh, they believe you can't beat God's giving no matter how you try. And they think God gave them 4 comp meals. You need to have the manager pay lots of attention to their asses. Had their asses sweating and shit like Picnic Markham. Because, yeah, y'all gonna have to pay for the food y'all ate. Amen. Liar niggas. So look, a lot of times in churches, it's a covering because the molestation, the abuse, all the stuff, it's people. Part of why you're supposed to get close to God is to help you grow out of and grow through and be healed and delivered from the bullshit you were born into. Not to say, I got a tambourine and I got nice clothes on and I'm not a trick or a hoe or a batterer. Bullshit. Bullshit. I I was thinking about a no good uncle of mine. Let me talk bad about him. Maybe he'll see this, so he won't talk to me. I haven't spoken to him in years. I'm trying to make it 10. It's 8 right now. If I say some really bad shit, you think they won't talk to me for 2 years? Let's try. I have a no good family member that wanted to take my brother and I, when we were underage, to whorehouses and such to help us come of age. You know that's pedophilia, right? That's some raw. This person is big in their church, I'm pretty certain, probably a deacon. And you want to take underage children of a minister to whorehouses. How is that supposed to help me develop? We didn't even ask. Maybe if we were already excited, it'd be different. You know, he's mad because he was pressing us to do this. And I knew, one, our father would kill us. Every which kind of way it wouldn't have worked. Told father, look, man, tell your brother get off of us. We can't do this. He got mad that we told our father what he's trying to do behind his back. He feels betrayed instead of feeling like you're a predator and a pedophile for trying to do this. So people who don't speak to me, certain relatives, fuck y'all. And fuck the church you go to. I would never try to take somebody to a horror when AIDS was around. And by the way, the whole Masonic thing is there. Hint, hint. Now y'all know who I'm talking about, family. Um, that's not God, and that's not church. Oh, okay. And you have nigger Christians, you have nigger Muslims, you've got nigger Buddhists, nigger Baha'i. They're just shit niggas, sinner, wicked people. And so it's not a building, although you may find a building with committed people who are sincere. If you find that, they're golden. Have I met such people? Yes. They're rare and hard to find. Most of the time, people are either in it because their family brought them in or you have a testimony. So, you know what? If you really fuck your life up, but you find God, you give a testimony. Say, well, I used to screw 20 women a night. And, at some point, I had gonorrhea so bad till, they had to pull a piece of lead out my dick. And when I was in there, I felt like something was talking to me saying, I could, you're never going to have another erection until you come to me. And I says, man, is this God? Man, you really going to restore my dick like that?
Pause.
Well, man, if you and these people
listen, bro, hold on. Brother Short, check this out, though. You talk about places of worship and all that other stuff.
You mean horship.
Horship, that's right. Now, check this out, though. Check this out. Boom. Who is this young lady I got on the screen? This young lady.
That looks like Mr. Sulu from Star Trek.
This young lady. Yeah. We gotta go where we need to go, and this is a direct alley-oop to you, brother Dr. Short.
Is that Kamala Harris' niece or something?
No, this is a young lady by the name of Zora Sanders, ladies and gentlemen. Now,
I know that name. What does she do?
Zora Sanders, ladies and gentlemen, if you do not know, she is a young lady who has decided to write a denounce
of the Greek letter. Of the Greek letter. Yeah.
Delta Theta.
No.
Whatever the hell they are. Delta. There we go. Delta Sigma Theta sorority.
Delta. Delta nigger hater.
Right.
Or Dyke nigger hater.
Yo, Dr. Short, didn't you say that they're the coat hanger squad?
I said Dyke nigger coat hanger. So they're all an abortion. I mean, to me, anything pushing for abortion in the black community is an enemy. I mean, if you're a Delta out there, to hell with you. Someone asked why black folks stuck on the Greek myth so hard, because It's deeper than the Greek myth. The black people are under a satanic curse of blindness. The
Mm.
Greek letter people seduce folks. People join those things the same way Diddy and them have all this silence and secrecy around their freak offs. The Diddy learned some of that stuff from the Greeks. The Greek parties where they give booze and alcohol and they rape people and all this
He
stuff.
went to Howard.
Yeah,
He went to Howard,
he
family.
went to Whole Hard. He went to Whole Hard. I went to Whole Hard. People know there's parties. They drink, they drug, they rape people. Folks, you have to understand that using drugs and smoking, this stuff isn't neutral. Using drugs and drinking in ancient times was seen as a type of religious worship, and it still is. It's not neutral when you get high. It is not neutral. Spiritually, you're messing with spirits. They said it's a spirit in the damn bottle. They put it on a goddamn bottle. Why do you think, oh, it's just neutral? That I drink all this stuff and do all these nasty things? No, it's not. What you drink enables you to get connected to, and there's a spiritual realm. And this is what's sick about black people. All of a sudden, there's no such thing as spirituality anymore. We used to say that white people didn't have soul. Well, maybe they didn't. Now we don't, because we're just like them. Want to know something about white folks? What do? They're pissy drunk. I'll go out and cuss and every weekend. If you go to a white school, everybody's drunk by Thursday night. And they're drunk until like Monday morning for school. If you went to one of these white state schools, it's just everybody's drunk all the time. That's part of the Luciferian pagan worship that's in many cultures all over the world. And now black folks are into it. And Africans have it too, where they do lots of drinking. You have lots of African drunks and African drugs. This stuff isn't new. So we have a choice. In reality, there have just been two black American cultures. The God-fearing one and the Luciferian one. A lot of our people think that the Luciferian one is keeping it real. Being drunk, being high, not knowing the father of your children, not knowing who your parents are. That's the real black experience. And in reality, that's the pagan Luciferian black experience, which is now the dominant one, because most black folks now are bastards. Most. Okay, and so we've gone down as a people. Spiritually, we become a very trashy, immoral people. And if folk can get mad, fuck them, it's true. And the people whose feelings get hurt the most are the main people out there doing it. All this whoring. I mean, I don't care what her body count is. You damn sure better. People act like sleeping with people is neutral. There's a thing called microchimera. If a woman has screwed a bunch of guys, some of the DNA from his semen stays in her womb. That can get into the baby. You wonder why the baby don't look like you, because she fucked a lot of people before you, and their DNA got in there too. It's sort of like she made, a semen smoothie for her ovum.
Oh,
no. Okay, so you should want a woman that is virtuous, and at the same time, the woman shouldn't want a man to be an Olympian decathlon champion to be in bed with her, because he's going to have to screw a whole lot of women to figure out how to please you. I mean, so little dumbass whores, even in the church, it's a woman wanted a guy to fuck like a professional, and yet you want to be a virgin. Our women, black women, have some of the most obscenely ridiculous, stupid ideas in relationships. That you want the man to be virtuous, but you want to be a sexual pro. Yet you're not a sexual pro. He's got to work with you to learn it, but he better know it already. And yet he better never love anybody but you. You sound fucking crazy. So and nobody talks about this. It's obscene. He's supposed to, maybe he won't know how to hold his fire.
Well, check this out.
Oh my God. And this brother made this comment, Hannibal. It's nothing more insane than messing with and impregnating women who have kids by other people. It's despicable. I remember the first time it happened to me. I'm gonna shut up after this, chef. I almost got beat up at a friend's house 50 years ago for accidentally assuming that one of my friend's brothers had the same last name as he. And I called his complete name, and that dude was ready to beat my ass to death. And I'm trying to think what I do. That's not my name. I'm sorry, your brothers shall have the same name. No, we don't have the same name. That's my first introduction to baby mama black bullshit. So there are 4 kids with 3 different last names. How was I to know that 50 years ago that there are that many last names among that few children? So there was one McIntyre, I forget the other name, and then there's another, all of those damn names. And everybody acted like it's normal. You know why? Because there's another problem in the black community, and that is we think women being whores is cool. I mean, it took a long time for Dirty Reds or whatever she is to become popular, and that is for a long time we've been shielding and protecting and pretending that all this whoring is okay. Well, she has to make it the best way she can. No, there's all kinds of shit people did that didn't have to ho hop. There's a lot of stuff that you don't have to do, that you don't need to do. You don't have to be a sex worker. You do sex work because you like it. You do sex work because it pays fast. You, especially by the hour. You do sex work because it pleases you. You do sex work because you can get more than what you put in.
Well, check this out. Here's what I want to do, ladies and gentlemen. I want to read off this letter that she wrote to Delta Sigma Theta. Okay? Now, this young lady, she went through the whole pledging process, y'all, just so you understand. And she found some very demonic practices along the way. And some of these D9 folks are up in arms.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they calling cap on her. So let's go ahead and read. And this lady's name is Zora Sanders. Now, some of y'all going, some folks gonna say, "Oh, she ain't black." So listen. Let me tell you something. That doesn't matter right now. We have these organizations who are put around us, and because they go through their little process, okay, a good amount of them act as if they're above the everyday black American. Just because, brother, hold on, brother, Negro. There's a superiority complex that goes on in these groups, y'all. And you know what? Listen, this is a note that she wrote herself, having gone through the experience. So I want to read. Excuse me. I want to read this thing off because I never necessarily went through it myself. I was offered from several organizations to be, one of those guys, and I like to roll by myself. I don't need that. So, and I mean nothing against anybody else. If you're helping Black America by being a part of these organizations, but if you're not, fuck you. That's Amen. The way I. So now, with that being said, let me read this off for the family. Okay? We got the letter here. Greetings to whomever it may concern. I hope this letter finds you well. My name is Zora Sanders, a rising senior at Howard University. Mm-hmm. I am a spring 2024 initiative of Alpha Chapter Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Okay? I am writing this letter to inform nationals that I have officially renounced and denounced membership in the organization. As of May 2024, okay, I have informed Alpha Chapter of my decision to depart and have appropriately given all paraphernalia, anything affiliated in any capacity, back to members of the organization. She like, listen, I'm completely cool on the fuckery. Let me keep reading, family. Yeah. Before I was invited to join the organization, despite all the research and information I gathered, I was not aware of the specific requirements needed to become an official member of Delta Sigma Theta and Sorority Incorporated. As I detail these requirements, I want to emphasize that they were my non-negotiables from the beginning, and that while I did intentionally compromise on them, initially compromise on them, this is not something I am willing to continue compromising on under any circumstances. So what are you doing, D9? What are you forcing this young lady to do? What are some of her standards? Well, let's keep on going, y'all. Pyramid pining and the induction ceremony. For both of these ceremonies, there were quite a few things that occurred. In order to continue with membership, I had to go to a ceremonial table, kneel down, and recite 2 different oaths regarding my now lifetime commitment to Delta Sigma Theta prior to going up to the ceremonial table and reading the vow. I vividly remember the president stating that the oath I was about to take would follow me until final judgment, and are now obligations that I can never be freed. Let's go there real quick, brother Dr. Short, brother Matter of fact, brother Negro, you feel very inclined to speak on this, sir. Brother Negro, you got
Yeah.
go ahead and cook on it, sir.
Yeah, I want to talk about it from a civic organization perspective. Just from a civic perspective.
Yes.
When I created the Negro Black Knights Heritage Club, God was in the mind. Jesus was in the mind. That was a major component. So what I equated is that there is some with any religion. Any organization that's created, it's like an organism, and it has some type of spiritual force or component to it. So if they're praising this God that may be evil, quote unquote, I could picture the harms they can do to our community. While I lean more on the Negro God, like the Black God, like our God, So I don't know what they might be tapping into. And these are some of the things that they build an organization around. And this is what I say about people that have these type of charters. They have white charters and they only promote white interests. Plain and simple. From a civic perspective.
Interesting. Now, you know what? My question would be now to the family, for those who know of any D9, affiliates who are sitting in the church, does the Christian God allow you to honor 2 gods? How does this work?
No, the first commandment. Love
go.
God with your whole heart, soul, and mind. It also says he's a jealous God. You're not supposed to swear oaths to anything. Hold on. Let me help this person. They talk too damn much. Yeah, you talk too damn much, Jasiah. Since I bother you, I'm kicking you off my channel. So I'm gonna get to I get to be a black woman this time. Yeah, I get to be the bitch. Wow, that's empowering. Being a bitch is empowering.
You're a black supremacist.
No, yes, I sure do, Hawk. Thank God.
No. He's a masculine male, and he is experiencing toxic masculinity. Toxic masculinity.
I was a fagonist for 1 minute. It felt great. Shoot, I could be a bitch too. In fact, I tell all of you guys, if you're dealing with a pork chop, get in touch with your inner bitch. Be non-binary emotionally. So I'm not going to go back and forth. This woman complaining about the language I use. Then you start using the very language. That's some hypocritical, fake-ass stuff. She's probably Greek. I'm probably one of those church hoes. I go. Nobody's begged to be on this platform.
Check this out.
We deliberately
Wait,
talk
wait,
about we deliberately talk about stuff that's not popular.
Correct. Intentionally,
Hey,
all the time.
can I touch upon something about this God thing?
Well, real quick,
a
I'm
little
gonna go
bit.
back to you, but I got to acknowledge.
Hey, Ireland.
I
Okay.
gotta acknowledge the West Coast bully.
Quiz.
Is in the building. Gunshot for twin.
Gentlemen, how y'all doing? Dr. Short, what's up, OG? How
Oh
y'all
my
doing, man?
God! You know, I got attacked by a hit and run pork chop.
That's crazy.
Well, no, I just kicked him off. It's fun.
Dr.
I
Short,
mean, it's
Dr.
cool.
Short, you got chased by a plus size princess?
No, I don't know if it was Chase. They were just on here complaining about people talking. Now, you know, I bet you that tramp has a house full of rap music with nothing but profanity on it. I thought this a religious program.
Oh, you got
Nobody
that
called.
whap man and that Megan Thee Stallion.
Nobody called this. We did church yesterday. I'm a Sabbatarian. My sermons are up there, and I'm gonna say hi to Sean from Ireland. I believe in God very much so. However, we've got to talk real talk about issues in the community. And you know what? You can't talk about it in church. You can't. So because it's the same kind of fake person. They hide behind that. Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. Really, don't talk about anything. And some of the biggest people that do that are women. Because a lot of them have a lot to hide. Okay. And it's so we're gonna talk about it. And if it in fact would bother people, if it bothers people, I'm gonna keep talking about it. And you know what? If you hated me today, you would have hated me yesterday had you heard me read from the scripture. And by the way, I want to warn all the feminists out there. Salt Ministry is coming for you. We're going to talk about the Luciferian nature of a women's movement. I'm not talking about women having the right to property, being treated like people who are 100% for it. This Luciferian feminist movement is godless. It's satanic. It loves killing babies and destroying families and destroying men and destroying nations. And that lady, oh, he's doing this, he's doing that. You know what? I hope she cleans under her hood.
Well, listen. This is what I want to talk about here. But real quick, before we do that, I saw a few more people come up in the chat. And ladies and gentlemen, salute to Hawaii. You know, old school DJ Tony B, all the way from Hawaii, checking in with us. Salute, OG in the building. Peace. Let me see who else done tapped in. The Brother Wolf, I need you to tap in, Brother Lone Wolf. In the
Oh,
building.
you playing the background? Come on, Lone Wolf.
Come on, Wolf. Come up to the kitchen, man. Who else is in here? Let me see who else is in here. We got Brother Adrian in the building. Peace to Brother A in the building. Yeah. Let me see who else is in here. All right, we good for now. Listen, gentlemen, this could be a very damaging letter to the D9, at least as far as the mystique with which they like to hide behind and operate. So I want to read some more up on this, you know, to really get us where we need to go. Because this young lady here is just like, listen, it's up. I'm spilling all the beans. Ain't nothing to hide no more. This is some bullshit. Okay? So now let's keep on reading here. Now about to take upon yourself vows and obligations from with which you can never be freed. This shit is crazy. This shit is so crazy. They will follow you to the final judgment before we proceed further into this ceremony. I shall ask each of you by name to affirm that you are that of your own free will and accord seek admission into Delta Sigma Theta by saying I do. And that's from one page of the ritual book that they got. Let's keep on going. By definition, a covenant involves an agreement or permission or promise sworn by an oath between two parties by which they swear allegiance to one another. In order to become a member, I had to make a pledge, swear an oath of allegiance, and perform a ritual ceremony that involved kneeling, bowing at an altar. What in the demonic is going on at these sororities and fraternities? And you know what? Here's the thing that stands out the most to me, gentlemen, and the family that's tapped in, over 40 plus right now on our end. Uh, Listen, why even in other cases we're seeing only women speak out and absolute crickets from these men?
Because of the hypocrisy in the black community. Uh, there's a greater penalty if the men come out. They've got a problem. For example, plenty of black boys get molested all over America constantly by men, women, everybody. Nobody really cares about whether boys get molested. For example, if a young man, if you were molested by a man for a couple of years, you couldn't tell a woman that you loved that you were molested. She'd never forgive you. When a woman's raped, men are far more forgiving of this than women are, in particular, black American women. A black man's sexual history, even if it's violence, is they're not very forgiving of it. And in fact, that's so the men can't. Black men are trapped. We don't recognize black men as human. We black men don't recognize our own humanity, and black women don't recognize black men's humanity, and nobody else does. Black women, on a certain level, get some humanity. If for no other reason for men, that she has a vagina. Again, she has 4 or 5 holes. Um, Black men don't really think that much of each other in terms of humanity, which is why you see so much killing in our communities. And then, of course, other people kill us too. They don't see our humanity. The black man has not recognized that he's a human being. He believes in his own animal bruteness. In fact, we celebrate or boast about being a hard nigger, beast, whatever. We celebrate that instead of saying that that's not acceptable. The other thing is that the women that are often LGBTQ in these secret societies, the founder of AKA was a lesbian that had 2 female lovers.
Mm.
Because it's women, by the way, black men see lesbians as superheroes. We see 2 women slobbering on each other and it's a turn on. Women do not see they don't even see 2 men being buddies. That's a threat to their relationship. So there is a quintuple penalty on black men for practically everything they do. 2 black guys are friends have to prove they're straight, even if they're straight. If black women are humping and grinding on each other, they will do that in the street. No one will say anything. And the reason I'm saying that is that there's homoerotic shit that goes on within these Greek letter things. If the men come out, it's very shaming. On top of that, they do too. They do too have all kinds of strange things that go on, whether they want to admit it or not. And so someone mentioned they take blood oaths sometimes, or they do other things. And people can get hurt. People can be violent. People were brutalized and traumatized to go through online. So they gave up all that to throw it all away. So they stayed true to it. And understand if they've got pictures of you drunk, if they have pictures of people running a train on you, they can blackmail you. So the secret societies operate through extortion and blackmail.
Mm.
And so, how can you go for it? How can you speak out? Y'all all did it. I remember a story of this guy, I think his name is Amari, who's from Virginia, North Carolina. He's telling me about a guy he knew where these guys in the frat raped this girl. This guy felt bad about it. And when the girl complained, he corroborated her story. He went to jail, and all the other people went free because they all lied. So you have to understand when you come and you step out and you tell the truth against them, they've got a group they've got more people saying that you're lying than you have. And that's the corruption of that system. People who stand up are alone. And in the black community, we're more averse to the truth than white people are, especially when it's dealing with ourselves.
Mm.
So, for example, there's a journalist that you can look up whose name is Del Walters. Del Walters died a couple of years ago. Del Walters was trying to do a story on a young woman that had maybe 13 Omegas rape her on the front in front of the administration building of Howard University on 6th Street Northwest. And that woman was run out of school. Everything was covered. Just it didn't happen because the president of the school is Omega. That he couldn't get it. The girl came forward, but just nobody. Everything went wrong for her. You have to understand that these secret societies work together. So the women, the female sororities got together. They all decided to punish this woman. And there are crimes and things that happen at Howard. Bad stuff happens. If it's Greek, it's all covered up with all the people within there.
Well, this is a lot of the silence has been going on for such a long time. I just like our brother Dr. Claude Anderson said. He said, you know what, legacy organizations are a waste of fucking time. Okay, he said they should all be disbanded, all of them. He's like, it does nothing. So and I can put that clip. Yeah, I can go to my my library on YouTube, and you'll hear brother Dr. Claude Anderson say that on the broadcast. But let me keep on reading here, y'all. Okay? All of this bowing and kneeling and all of this other stuff going on to a invisible situation. I mean, all this extra praising. And it's crazy because then again, you see these same very people who have taken these pledges in church. They're at church,
Yeah,
looking at you.
because the Greeks run the church. If you get a Greek pastor, I don't know if you've ever been to a university and they have called a chapel where all the Greeks come in, and the pastor or the chaplain, they acknowledge the people in the secret society, do special prayer and everything for them. They don't do that for people coming to give their lives to the Lord. So do you get where I'm coming from? I've been in several churches with Greek pastors, and the Greeks are celebrated. They get the positions. You don't really have a Christian entity. You have a entity with Greeks that have a Christian facade. The same thing with the Masons. So you don't get, people are not talking about Christ or Jesus. They kind of, but not really. You better not talk too much about drinking or whoring or shacking or LGBTQ, because that's them. You have to understand that right now the black community is hostage to these degenerates. Diddy isn't unique. Diddy is the norm. Diddy is typical. He's a banality.
Low level.
No, he has money. They whore and do all this stuff. What do you think homecoming is at these universities, at Howard? People in the streets smoking and shooting guns and all that. The school was broke. You don't got no endowment money. I'm not saying Howard, but and because in reality, Bacchanalia for the people to drink, to do their what is it? Their special football thing where all them come and drink and tailgate and screw. People have always had this. This is what Christmas. These are all pagan festivals around everything but God. For the person that wondered when we're going to get to religion, there's always religion whenever I talk to people about stuff. Always.
Well, let me keep reading on this. Speaking of religion,
keep reading, because it is a religion. The Greek letter people, all those societies have their god that they pray to. The Qs have the unknown spirit. So they all, when you become a Greek, you become a follower of the god of that organization. That means if you're a Christian, you betrayed your faith to belong. And by the way, that's not, I mean, folk betray their faith to be Democrats. They betrayed to be Kiwanis, to be Masons, because they really don't believe it. They don't understand that you really can sell your soul. You can sell your soul for a contract. You can sell your soul if you join the Fraternal Order of Police and you're out beating, stealing, and killing, and you all keep the secrecy, right? It's In reality, the Divine Nine, as this pedagogy mentioned it, okay, is eyes wide shut. I'm sorry, OG brother. It's eyes wide shut for coons. That's what we have. And they're the ones that are in charge. And every single solitary person that you see, black on television, they're all in these same groups. And they will if you can't get into politics or in, they will come against you, and you wouldn't even see it. Secretly just block. We don't want a non-Greek person in that position. Yes, he's true. Yes, I look, this happened to me at Howard. We like everything you do, but you're not us. You're doing everything right, but you didn't join, which means you got a good, uncorruptible leader, but that isn't good enough. If you didn't get a brand on your ass or get beat or go through all this stuff, no matter what it is you bring to the table, no matter how you inspire people, you didn't join us. We're against you. Anybody that's amongst us, even the lowest one, is preferred to you. That's no different from white people saying there's nothing a black person can do for them to consider. Except these are people within our own group basically doing a white supremacist game with melanin against us.
I think that leads into another bigger thing. They're a different nation. As a knight, I believe in ancestor, bloodline, creator, and or God. These are some of the things that separate and delineate us as knights and as a lineage and as people. So when I look at, yeah, they could be from our lineage per se, but if they believe in a different God, I look at that they belong to another nation.
They do belong to another nation. That's they look. They are a separate nation. This is the point I'm making. They're no different from, we get upset about the foreign black folks who I said they have a right to be different. The issue is don't cosplay us and then give all the benefits to you. Get it on your own without us. They are sucking the life out of us for them to have a separate reality. Let me make this very plain. You'll almost never hear about drug raids on Greek parties, no matter what. They have cocaine and everything. Nobody's going to do anything about it. I'm not saying that people should, because, and there's one in 5 or 6 or 7 blacks, they're having their best life. They don't care what happens to the rest of us. So maybe you'll give out turkeys at Christmas time or something like that. You'll do a little bit, do some AIDS screening, but yet you throw parties on the campus all year for people to get AIDS. Hell, you're just trying to do a microphone check on your genitalia. I mean, it's ridiculous. And trust me, when the people come in and argue, normally they attack you personally, or you don't know, you weren't there. Well, I'm not supposed to be there, or no, because it's a secret. But what's the secrecy? One person on my thread said, God isn't mysterious. God isn't. Satan is mysterious. It's called Mystery Babylon, not Mystery God. People operating in secrecy and all that, it's repugnant, as John F. Kennedy said, it's repugnant, and we're the victims of it. Okay, I want to remind everybody, in October 2020, all the Greek letter organizations said that they're supporting Biden. They never talked to black Americans. They put no agenda. Do you know that Biden has sent maybe hundreds, if not billions of dollars have been given to black Greeks, while we other black folks have been homeless and starved? They put a special relationship between the Small Business Association and the Greek letter organization. Supposedly, the claim was that they're going to help end the wealth disparity between blacks and whites by giving all the money to themselves. This is what's been going on since the 60s. Black people had a movement, and once that movement more or less gave the top 15% of black people what they wanted, they cut the life support off for the rest of us. And so the Black Divine Nine, the Masons, the other people, are basically interracial black separatists. They want to be separated from the rest of us. They're the ones that have benefited, even if their butts didn't march or go to jail. they've betrayed us. And they've offered us up as a human sacrifice for their families and their group to live good. That's the other reason people don't come forward. They understand. There's a very good movie that you can see on YouTube called The Order of the Bell. Order of the Bell. The Order of the Bell. And they have these movies that show the for white fraternity, and that you can't go against, you can't question. If you do, then all of these people begin to attack you. In the Order of the Bell, these people took a pledge, and when this man disobeyed, his whole life they began to try to kill him. Everything started going wrong. These people are managed, as the Babylonian religions manage people, through fear. Fear of economic fear, physical fear, whatever. They keep people in line, or they're nostalgic. Or they could say, you touched my dick when we were undergrad. I'm going to tell everybody, man. You see, a lot of people can't. It's interesting to have a pride. They can't admit that they did this. Remember the Freaknik movie that was supposed to come out? All this public fornicating, sex in the street, blowjobs, people screwing on the roof of cars. And people told us, that's not Nazi. We just celebrating Black history. I remember hearing that. Then when the movie comes out, these same people don't want their children or grandchildren to see that they were trash. So that Freaknik movie hasn't really come out. If it has, it's been redacted till nobody wants to see it, because they took all the stuff out. I'm thinking about the 16-year-old girl that went to Freaknik, that had sex with the guy, and found out weeks later she was pregnant and had AIDS. And there are many, many other people. I don't know if I shared it with you, Chef C, but anybody can tell you, if you do your research, that where your HBCUs are, you have the highest rates of HIV, AIDS, and STDs in the country. Who runs the HBCUs? Do you have to really ask? These people aren't promoting family. And I've watched this my whole life, where you have these Greek letter families where the man is bisexual, the woman's bisexual. They don't really like each other, but they get married, and their organizations keep their families together. And the woman, she's munching her Delta sister. He's getting knocked up by his Q brother, and everybody's so happy and chummy. And it's all a big self-hating Black Luciferian lie. And if you can't be real with yourself, you can't be real with anybody. You're not real with God. And if that is the elite that we have, that would explain why things are so fucked up in Black America. Because it's fucked up, immoral, degenerate people. Well, if the documentary is out, they must have cut that shit to hell, Mr. Mark Smith, because if it were scenes showing people screwing on roofs of cars and people opening the car door to take a blowjob on the slide from someone, or people just ripping people's drawers off so they could look at their behinds and such, like what they did during Freaknik, if that film really showed it, man, the lines would be around the blocks, which means that they've given a sanitized, cleaned up film to make these wicked Luciferian people appear virtuous.
Well, hold on, Brother Short. Let me get through this letter, because I want to provide the context that everyone has been waiting on. So here's what I want to do. Let's continue with this here. As a Christian, and this is Sora Sanders, as a Christian, God tells us in the Bible, Joshua 23:16, when ye have transgressed the covenant of the Lord your God, which he commanded you, and have gone and served other gods, and bowed yourselves to them, then shall the anger of the Lord be kindled against you,
Mm.
and ye shall perish quickly from off the good land which he hath given unto you.
Mm.
Okay, next.
Sounds like the illegals and us. We've been so nasty. You think this is just happening to us,
Well, I mean,
black
listen,
folks?
again, on a Sunday, you know, it's good to get a good word, sir. But let me read some more. Hold on. 2 Corinthians 5:10 tells us that we must all stand before Christ to be judged. This oath I took as new in initiative will follow me to when I appear before Christ to
Mm-hmm.
be judged.
That's
Why?
what we believe.
Why? Because it is a covenant, and that's how covenants work in the spirit realm,
Mm-hmm.
ladies and gentlemen. So, with that being said, I mean, let me go to this last part here. Altar. This is called a ceremonial table, but it is an altar by definition. An altar is a table or place with which serves as center of worship or rituals.
Mm-hmm.
On the table, well, on this table, there were candles being lit, the vows, the torch of wisdom, the book to sign our names in. Ain't that something? Hold it.
Now, hold on. I want to just
There you
mention
go. Yeah,
something.
go there. Go there.
What
Yeah,
do you
yeah.
what do you think a candle? Where candles come from? Because they're not Christian. The candles come from the whole Babylonian thing,
Mm,
in particular for Halloween. I have again this brother who's here from Ireland. The the candles that were put inside the jack o' lanterns uh, were often made out of human fat, where
mm,
people had been sacrificed or killed or boiled down, and they used the fat of the body to make candles. Candles are pagan, they're burnt for other gods. There aren't any candles. If you go through the Old Testament, when you start seeing them talk about incense and candles, you're not talking about Jehovah God. There are incense, there's censers, but it's not this whole thing of candles isn't isn't the Bible person. I'm sorry if you got this right, Bruce, and it's the brother. If I got the title wrong, the Brothership of the Bell, Glenn Ford. Yes, sir. I
Uh,
know Glenn Ford to start. Yes, thank you, Bruce.
hey, Dr. Short, I looked something up that I found interesting. And it's dealing with Egypt. They said that Egypt, they use beeswax candle for their spiritual rituals.
Sure, they did.
I always, yeah. So
So
the reason why I was looking at Egypt more is because she said some like the knowledge and things of that. So I'm looking more to Egypt than more to white, even though I know that they're
I
more
don't. It
aligned to
does.
whiteness. But you get what I'm going at
No, I don't,
a little bit.
because when you talk to me as a Christian, Egypt embodied paganism for the scriptures. It's interesting. Our people want it both ways. I hate contradictory stuff in black people. If you're going to claim Hebrews, the Hebrew religion was at a variance with the Egyptian religion. The twain didn't meet. The Afrocentrics, the conscious community coons, and other people all say everything's Egyptian and everything that is Hebrew comes from Egypt. And what's that idiot in St. Louis, the preacher who's pro LGBTQ and says that Horus is the Jesus story? They're constantly blending something that's not to be blended. Don't blend for me. So what they did in Egypt, they did in Egypt. What the Hebrews did, the Hebrews did. If you sit down, you do Bible study, you look at this, these folks had a distinct and separate religion and people hated them for it. That's what I was reading yesterday in my sermon in 2 Kings 18 and 19, where King Sennacherib's assistant was saying, your God, we got all the other gods, what makes yours special? There's a distinction. They did not use the candles, and the Egyptian religions were always seen as a corrupting influence on the Hebrews, as the Canaanite religions are. So all these Negroes that want to claim Hebrew, if you say Hebrew, it's the exclusive God that's in the Bible. It's not the other people's junk. If you want the other people's stuff, great, but don't blend it. When she says she's a Christian, and that's straight out of the Hebrew thing, the candles don't apply whether they're made out of human fat or beeswax. It's not our stuff. It's somebody else's. Do what you want. It's got no place in what she's talking about. And Egypt, your color doesn't save you. I'm disgusted by folks. If black skin made us good, explain all the killing in Ethiopia and Sudan and Congo and all over Africa. Explain how we were sold to the Arabs and sold to the Chinese and sold to the Europeans, and they're still selling. If brown skin or what it made people holy, why are we in the jacked up situation we are? And if we recognize that people are people, why come and say, oh, well, somehow Egypt's different? The Egyptians had homosexuality. Sure, they did. And for all the people who, oh, that started in Greece. Well, who did the Greeks come from? Say the Greeks. Egypt. Where did the Greeks go to study? Egypt. So wait a minute. They're straight as long as they're in Egypt. But the minute they get into the islands and into Greece, all of a sudden they become gay. I get sick and disgusted by fake people looking for status in your skin color instead of your character. Sodom and Gomorrah, these were black civilizations. Period. The Canaanites are black. The people that wanted to screw the angels that were with Lot were black people. It was a bunch of black fags. God killed them. You can't have it both ways, Negroes. We're the first people. We're the first fags. We're the first trans. We're the first sinners. You can't have it both ways. That's what we accuse white people of doing. And you can't counter racism with the stupid black racism. You counter racism with the truth and what's right.
Well, gentlemen, a salute to the over 60 plus in the building. Let's read a little bit more on this because she's peeling it back for folks. Let me see. Worship is what it's.
It is worship or worship.
The feeling or expression of reverence and adoration for a deity. Okay. Now let's keep on going. God makes it very clear to his children that there is only one and living God.
Just one.
And that is the Christ, Jesus. His first commandment, thou shalt not serve no other gods before me. Exodus 20. Let's go to 23:6. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make yourself an image in the form of anything in heaven above or on earth beneath or in the water below. You shall not bow down to them or worship them. Let's stop right there for a second. Short, brother Dr. Short, go there. I know where you got to go.
It's very simple.
Go where you got to go.
These people, you've got Minerva, you've got Atlas. They've got these old pagan gods represent these fraternities. Ask them. Ask them. Don't believe me. Just say, oh, he's just a stupid ass Christian. They all got to have their way, right? To hell with me. Ask them who the God is of their fraternity or sorority. And if they don't know, they're lying. They pray to pagan gods. They have rituals for pagan gods. Sure they do. And you know what's interesting?
Hold on. Niggas won't be black Americans, but they'll be Greek.
Well, but to me, but Greek people weren't white. So, I mean, let's stop doing that too. White is a recent creation. The Greeks claim to come from Egyptians. So look, why can't they self-identify with people who are African if they want to? Why do we take the white supremacist talking point in relationship to the Greeks because we don't want to deal with the fact that some of them were sodomites, including Alexander the Great and his black father who got killed by a jilted boyfriend? I'm sorry. Ray Hagen. I should call him Ray Gagan.
Salute to Brother Black Learn. Yeah. No, Brother Dr. Short. It is interesting to see this unravel as they sit. Now, I've gone to some churches over my years. Now, I have. And to see them sit in the place of worship, as they say, knowing its allegiance to a totally different God, this makes sense why you don't hear much outrage from these folks on behalf
of anything, human trafficking, you name an atrocity occurring to the black community, the black church is MIA. Those bastards are silent. Tens of thousands of missing women and children, sexual slavery, gentrification. There's nothing other than you want to see them get upset, cancel their parties, their revelries, their orgies,
their brunches,
their awards things where they celebrate all the great things that they're doing, and they've done nothing.
Right.
This is what we've got. And we should be discussed as I had someone say to me, I would criticize something and they would say, it's all we have as a people. I say to them, if AIDS was all we had, would you want to keep it? And normally black people pause because we're materialistic.
That's that lesser evil bullshit.
No, it's a greater evil.
You know,
it's a greater evil. Like someone just put up here, like the Atlanta child murder that happened in the capital of the Boule. When the broke black people rose up to try to look for the kids, the black Boule allowed the white cops to beat down and terrorize black folks trying to protect their children's lives. These people are spiritual enemies of their race. That's these niggas are on my thread. They don't like if enough people. The sad thing is we're in such a sad moral, ethical state until we accept all this grunge and filth, thinking because we see a successful Luciferian black in a Bentley or with their own Learjet that they can snort cocaine off the clitorises of white sex workers. Wow, they've made it. We're free. And that person's homeless. We're stupid. We're stupid. I would rather us be humble and have decency and have some opportunity to move forward than for a few of these people to blow it all out of their asses at our expense. And you know what's interesting? The no good black people, they have enough money to move to Africa and live as elites there and help the Africans screw over their people like they've screwed us here. This is what these elites do. They go between countries and screw over the down and out people. That's why they want to go to Africa. That's why they can go and become a chief or something in Africa. They can like hook up with the same families of people that sold our asses here. Isn't that progress that we can go from America and go back to Africa and be embraced by people who sold our ancestors? That's progress. I mean, it should be progress if I get with my slave master, I get with the white woman here. I mean, now that's bad, but it's good if it's an African. I can't stand our morality. Is it? We don't have any morality. That's why we're in the jacked up. It has a lot to do with us not dealing with absolute right and wrong. There's God's way and there's man's way. And we've elected for it to be a black man's way. Even if it's busted, it's a black man leading us to destruction. If it's a white person leading us to destruction, that's bad. If it's a black person leading us to destruction, that's good. I'm going to say this, I'm going to stop, Chef. I was trying to talk to a woman when I was buying a phone, and she was defending black criminality. And so I asked her, sister, what do you think is worse? A white man raping you or a black man raping you? And she said, a white man. So I says, well, can I rape you? And she immediately got angry. My point is, you dummy. You shouldn't want anyone raped. You shouldn't justify or like any rapist. There's no preference. It's morally evil. It's disgusting. It's ungodly, period. Now, of course, we live amongst each other, so we want our folks to have it together because we live. You don't want a bunch of shooting and all amongst your own. They're right next to you. So yeah, I asked her, "Can I rape you?" And all of a sudden she changed. See how phony people are? It's phony.
Well, I say this, sir. Let me continue to read on this young lady here. Very, very interesting. She going in the Bible on these folks, but nonetheless, we continue with, "For I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing the children for the sin of the parents to the third and fourth generation of those who hate me,
Who hate
but
him?
showing love to 1,000 generations of those
Who
who
love
love
me.
me and keep my commandments." Okay, let's keep on going here. So we're looking at a bunch of condemned and damned folks, apparently. But anyway, let's keep going. Goddess Minerva. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Another conflict that I had was with Minerva. I discovered that Minerva, although initially presented as merely a symbol, played a significantly more prominent role than I anticipated, despite it during the intake process, emphasizing that Minerva was not worshipped or praised, particularly giving the sorority's foundation on Christian principles. The goddess Minerva was heavily incorporated into many intricate phases of
What
my
Christian
intake
principles
process.
is she talking about?
Well, sir, that's what we're here to find out. Let's see. Playing a large role in guiding me into Delta land. Interesting. This unexpected emphasis on Minerva conflicted with my personal values, as I do not derive wisdom from the goddess Minerva. Additionally, I learned that Minerva is the organization's crest and an official symbol after induction. Atop the crest sits the goddess Minerva.
Mm-hmm.
As a Christian, I do not affiliate, I don't affiliate, partake, or wear anything that is symbolic of any other deity that is not God,
That's
including
right.
the Greek goddess. I also shall only receive and seek wisdom from God. Now, let's stop there. Let's see what we got. We got the wolf. Oh, yeah. Now it's about to get popping in here. Salute, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on, brother Short, because now we got this panel popping where I need it to be. The wolf has entered the building. It's about to get really ordained in here right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, good. I can get a
we
drink.
are dealing with a great deal of deception, deviance, devil-like. Give me more adjectives in the chat, family. any other adjectives? However, Brother Wolf, are you up to speed, Brother Lone Wolf Juan J. Johnson? Are you up to speed, sir?
I am not up to speed, but I am thoroughly enjoying the conversation. Dr. Short is cooking with no grease.
White woman to you, too.
Oh, that's a vegan meal. We don't do vegan on Sunday, sir. We don't do vegan on Sunday.
He's grilling right now. He's grilling right now.
In other words, he's burning it down. You know what I mean? He's on fire and he's burning it down.
Let me see. Brother Vader Base. in the building, sir. I gotta go to you, sir. Keep you up to speed with us here. Are you up to speed, and what have you seen thus far? What's your take on what we're unpacking here as it pertains to the D9? These black overseers for the most part. Are you there, Brother Beta?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'm always going to speak from experience. And I'm just going to say that the Delta Sigma Theta women that I've dated were not worth keeping. And they were on some Freaknik type shit.
Hold on. Oh, shit. Hey, listen, I have never, first and foremost, let me think about my years in the game. And I don't think I've ever dated any sorority females. I kind of steered clear from all of them simply because it was too gang-like for me. I don't like that shit. I like a shorty that can think on her own. You know, I don't come around none of them breezies. Don't get it wrong. They was choosing on your boy. Now, when I was back in the day, they was choosing. However, I don't want any of that because those rituals be ritualing.
But you were singing the Rolling Stones. You can't always get what you want.
Yeah. I definitely can't get what I want, and don't.
No, you sing that. No, you can't get what you want. As you would sing that to them. You could want me, but you can't have any.
Well, gentlemen,
hold it. I have a response to this gentleman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Hannibal said, "It's not just your experience. That's who they really
Dr.
are."
Short, your mic, Dr. Short.
Oh, my mic is here. I didn't do anything to the mic.
So I sound like you in the
No, you sound like you're in the elevator. You sound like you're in the elevator.
Hold on just a moment. Hold on just a moment.
Okay. Well, I will say that.
Okay, they're messing with this. They let me go back in. I'm sorry about that. Hannibal, they didn't want it's a different thing. We're on several platforms.
Let me see.
Okay, let's see if we can get this. Okay.
There he is, sir. You are back.
Can you hear me this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I didn't do anything to the mic, but Mr. Hannibal on my page said, regarding the person that talked about the dyke nigger hater, he said it's not just your experience, that's who they really are. I was tight with a woman named Nikki, who the last time I saw her, she was with another woman that she was living with. That she told me she met this wonderful woman. We were at the bank. That bank was on the same street as the movie Microphone Check was shown the other night. And Nikki was a mannish sister from Cincinnati. And people kept telling me she was a stud. I mean, to me, she's cool, but she ultimately turned on me over something. So they're mannish, strange, and and they march around with men's combat boots and stuff on. That should have been like a danger signal. These Greek letter things flout morals. The main thing you want to flout is the family. The main thing, the big thing is how you conduct yourself in terms of human relationships. I was reading from Ecclesiastes 12, and it's to be at peace with your neighbor and to walk humbly before God. They're in conflict with their neighbors. They're in conflict with sexuality, in conflict with concepts of family. They're in conflict with that, and it's absolutely the issue. So I'm sorry. And if you've ever been around or dealt with these people on the campus, I always remind people being like, some of the most horrible experiences you can have in life is being a black student at a predominantly white university, in particular on the graduate level, because there are far fewer black graduates than there are undergraduates. So this is almost nobody to talk to. It's a horrible, traumatizing, lonely experience. But I always remind people we were having a class discussion about black people being inferior, and I basically was able to check my class, teachers too. But just when the conversation was about to end, the cues outside started howling like baboons and monkeys. And all the white folk in the class started laughing at me, saying, "You," it says, "there are too many of them and too few of you." In other words, our concept of you guys being inferior. You may actually, as an individual, be able to win, but you've got so much dead weight, so many scummy, stupid, ignorant black people pulling you guys down until you may as well accept inferiority as a collective. And I'll never forget being humiliated that I chunked. I'm at UVA, Thomas Jefferson, where the Nazis were marching with the tiki torches, and I'm by myself, fending off like about 20 people. If and I beat in the classroom, but those folks out touching themselves in their penises and howling like dogs diminished us. People say, why aren't black people serious? And they were being unfair and racist, but these people had no sense of obligation to carry themselves with integrity and decency, because we're in a racist environment where people judge us collectively for what individuals did. In fact, they got away with it. I couldn't go out and howl and act like an animal and it not be attributed to me and my people as a collective. They do this stuff all the time. And in fact, they love when these folks act stupid. And there are a lot of hedonistic. We need to be honest. We are people in conflict. When you watch the original Color Purple film, where they're in the juke joint singing and Suge's little lesbian is dancing, and then they march into the church and disrupt it. In reality, there's a conflict in the black community over who's going to win. Will the will we go with what's right, or will we go with the drinking, whoring, and fighting and shooting? And that choice is being put before us as a people. And right now, it seems as if we want to go with degeneracy. And I'll tell you something, the Hawaiians lost Hawaii due to degeneracy. A lot of these Native Americans, the degeneracy of drinking, the alcohol, crack, the degeneracy that crack brought into our community has weakened us greatly, as had all this whoring and hedonism. We're made weaker and more susceptible to reduction in number, if not total genocide, based on nastiness. And so it's not about me holding my penis, I'm holding my hand in front of your dick or put my hand over somebody's vagina. It's about, if you're going to survive and you say you're in a hostile environment, you need to be strong morally and ethically to fend off the assaults. If you have no morality, if those Palestinians and Hamas were more interested in tricking and screwing the Israeli, the IDF, than fighting for their people, this thing would have ended days ago. We're in the weak, inferior position right now because we become conquerable because we're degenerate and weak. The French lost to the Germans because when the Germans cut off all the nastiness and the freakiness under Hitler, they had about 8 years where, not that I like Hitler and all, but they like cut down, because Berlin, prior to Hitler, was the capital of sodomites. It was the capital of homosexuality in the world, was Berlin. Hitler may have swung both ways, but didn't like the flagrant type, shut it down. The French that kept theirs going got beat by the Germans. We can't stand up for what we say we want, falling for all the other stuff. You can't have it both ways. If you're in the military, friends, right? And they put you on duty to watch your soldiers, and somebody comes by with the fat ass. I say, I'm going to screw her. They're going to shoot you for abandoning your post. We're the only people that say the lack of discipline, lack of order, lack of decorum is keeping it real and it's cool. Not so. And by the way, they know that about us. We can look at the Black Rebellion in South Carolina, Stono Rebellion, and they rebelled for a couple of minutes or hours, whatever, and they were going to move from South Carolina to Florida where they could be free. And they decided to all have a party. They decided to have a freak off and drink and party, and they got surrounded and wiped out by the posse. Our people lack discipline and self control. And part of that is not being able to avoid certain things. It's ridiculous.
Well,
Um, and let me
hold
see.
on. Let
Somebody
me.
put a comment on here that Farrakhan is part of the group. Farrakhan accepted being, I think, Omega, whatever. I mean, it's an honorary thing. He took the honor. Um, I I'm not going to say what Farrakhan does or doesn't do, because there are things that Farrakhan has done, like help people, that you don't hear. I can't give the nation A+, but I will say sometimes the nation's been spot on some things some of the time. I'm not going to give the nation a 0. I'm not going to trash the nation. There are some good things. I will say this of Minister Farrakhan, and I'm a Christian. I'm not in the Nation of Islam. The stance that Farrakhan took around COVID was righteous and courageous. I wish other people had done the same. I'm disgusted that people who claim to be a Christian like me, who claim to have a superior religion to Louis Farrakhan, Minister Louis Farrakhan, did not. Instead, they took bribe money to kill their own congregants. They got money from United Way and the Boule preachers, Calvin Butts, that dude that looks like Mr. Potato Head, Raphael Warnock, Senator Warnock. At least Farrakhan and them did not take the bribe money to kill black people like the churches did. It's humiliating to me as a Christian uh, for me to have to say a religion that we say has serious questions, that they took the right stand in this instance, and practically none of the Christian ministers who had large groups who did the same. So I'm going to say for COVID, I'm going to give Louis Farrakhan an A+. And to me, that's something he did do for black people. He did warn us. That counts. So, and I'm going to be careful. I'm going to be critical, but I have to remind you, I'm related to Elijah Poole. I don't like everything to be careful. I have people beat me up for assassinating family members. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying I'm cautious in how I criticize. So when it comes to COVID, I'm going to give Farrakhan and them A+. There are things that I have issues on, but I'm not going to discuss them here because that's not the purpose. Farrakhan, I do believe, became a Greek. I wish that had not happened. Um, hmm. And this person also put up the color of Dyke's movie. No, we call it the color Slurple. Okay, can you guys say color Slurple? Color Slurple. And thank God we helped drive that thing out of the theaters. It bombed, just like Oprah's makeup job bombs.
Well, I'm gonna resume here with the letter, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let's do this here. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, as I was, Goddess Moderna. Okay, this is crazy to me, but Matthew 6:24. No man can serve two masters.
That's right.
Okay, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other. Ye cannot serve God and
Mammon.
there you go. Now, next, manipulation of scripture. Additionally, during our first chapter meeting, I recall the president opening up the meeting with some Bible verses from Psalms. Okay, with these verses, they were misconstrued, taken out of context from the Bible to fit a Delta version. Another huge non-negotiable for me. as an organization built upon Christian principles, the above mentioned things go directly against the Lord
Mhm.
and his word.
Are you familiar with the concept of Reichskirch?
Well, hold that thought short. Let me finish. I only got this little bit here. Just because something is replicated in the image of God does not mean that it is of God and is a Christian principle. These affirmations, reasons involved idolatry, a sin that costs eternal life. 1 Corinthians 9:10.
Mhm.
This conviction has been placed within me by the Holy Spirit, and I must obey. Please inform me of the next steps or any paperwork necessary for me to be formally removed from the organization. This letter constitutes my official letter of denouncement. Thank you for taking the time to read this
Mhm.
and for honoring my decision.
White man to her. Now,
Yeah, that
when people talk about Christian principles, we need to remember I've got a book, one of my books in here, and it's based on the one of the fathers of white evangelicalism. His name is George Whitefield. And a lot of people will tell you that slavery has Christian principles, as Robert Dabney, the white supremacist who's the father of white Christian nationalism, said slavery is based on Christian principles. I said Reich Church because the German churches under Hitler claimed that Nazism had Christian principles, and the German churches, most of them went with Hitler, and or if they were Catholic, entered into an alliance with Hitler that was put together by Pope John Paul II, who died a few years ago, right? That uh, Christian principles doesn't mean anything. Satanism is based partially on Christian principles. A lot of things, there are things in Islam that have Christian and Jewish roots to it. It doesn't make it Christianity. Okay. It says you have to serve God in spirit and truth. It has to be the whole thing. And the words of Wilson Pickett, who ripped a song off of a friend of mine named Dorothy Love Coates, 99 and a half won't do. And they sound like they're 1 in 100. If 99 and a half isn't suitable to God, certainly 1 isn't. People have to stop playing this game with this. Either you're one thing or you're not. It's right there in Revelations about people being, he wants people to be hot or cold. You're hot for God or you're cold to God. If you're lukewarm, you still get spat out. To be in between, to walking the fence with God is the same as not being on his side at all. So she's completely right. Everything is false. In fact, if you're not proclaiming the God listed in the Bible, then you're against what's in the Bible. And it's also right there in Revelations, if you add that Minerva BS to the Bible, and you make that seem as if that's somehow there, that promises curses on people. If you add to scripture or take away, God curses you. So I don't have an option. I have to take all of what's there. If I try to change any of it, I'm cursed. You'll find a lot of people get messed up. They get into cultic groups because they hear enough stuff that sounds relatively familiar or similar to what's in the Bible. They think it's okay, and they end up dead or ripped off or stripped of cash or their dignity or time. Okay? And all these rappers wear crosses. Are they Christian? And when they get up and say, I want to thank God for this pornographic film that's won all these awards, I had no idea that the money shot in that girl's eye would move so many people. And I just want to thank God. And I hope he or whatever God is. That's bull crap. It's junk. So, it's the same way. What's his name? Hustle Simmons. worships the Hindu god. He's a
Mm.
Hindu. He has the god Shiva, the transsexual destroyer god. That's his god. So what god is he talking about, the award show?
Oh no.
People need to grow up and stop acting. Everybody, I'm sick of black people. Black American people are the big ass liars. If white people that whipped and raped slaves weren't Christians, and they weren't, then boule people that rip off, rape, gang rape, trick, drug, and, and sex trade people, they're not Christian either. Period. You're either all the way in or all the way out. This is the reason she understood she was all the way in with them and all the way out with God. It's very simple. Thou shalt have no other. You can't, God doesn't share. He's like one of these old school sisters that will blow your head off before they let you cheat on them. You're going to be all the way with God, or you're going to be against God. You can't be in between. The Christian God is an absolutist God. Absolute, all of it has to be, can't be anything else. Period. And a lot of folks, because they want to be popular, act as if come as you are. Well, sort of. You can come as a sinner, but you better not stay one. You can come as an adulterer, but you cannot stay one. Like the person mentioned here, practicing yoga, Luciferianism. These people have yoga in churches. You're not supposed to do that. There's nothing wrong with stretching and exercise, but you're chanting and doing chantras and all this other kind of stuff. That's ridiculous. That has nothing to do with what we should be doing. That's somebody else's religion. And if you think about it, just go in and do a Google search. You're going to find all of these yoga people molesting and raping people all over the country. And yet they'll tell you how wonderful, oh, yes, yoga, yoga, yeah. And everybody's doing this in their commercials on television, all for yoga. It's all that. And you know what? What's his name? What's his name? I call him vasectomy, Vivek Ramaswamy. I mean, do these people like us with all these strange religions? Have you ever seen anything kind happen to dark-skinned people in their countries? Hell no. So why is it so appealing? You know why it is? Because we don't really like, a lot of us hate the God in the Bible, and we're looking for anything other than that.
Well,
Everything
check
else is
this out.
better than that. Everything else is
Well,
better. The Greeks, the Masons, just not this little book of the Bible. We don't want this. There's got to be something more than this. Well, my parents, I want something else. Okay, well, fine. Get something else and get hell with it.
check this out though, brother Short. Now you got and we're gonna move on from this soon,
Sure.
family.
And we got to talk
Uh
about TD Jakes.
yeah,
TD
talk.
Jakes.
Well, hold on.
TD Jakes.
Now
TD
this
Jakes.
was interesting
TD
because there was
Jakes.
a comment made on what she posted. Now she posted that letter on her Instagram,
Mm-hmm.
and someone came under this and made a comment. Now let me read off what they say in this comment. Nobody is upset that she or any other person is denouncing weird behavior, but they are entitled to it. It's everything else that is offensive. The lies, the half-truths, the intentional deception, pretending not to know what was happening until after all the adulations and gifts, the misinformation, etc. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Next, that's what is offensive. If you want to make a public statement to inform the public that you are no longer a member of XYZ org, that is actually a good thing. These hour-long clickbait posts in pursuit of notoriety or possible monetization, that's what is offensive. And
Garbage.
and insulting our intelligence by pretending that we can't see through the bullshit is the very height of disrespect. Oh, these one of them indignant Negro.
No, that's a pork chop. They want somebody. They want to be. She's attacked the religion. It's like when you're in a cult, people are all loving until you try to like leave, and then
mm,
people show you who they really are. So now they're saying she wants money. To me, if they were for real, How dare her talk about money when she paid to join the sorority? What they're concerned, why not refund her every penny that she put in? That
Well,
would
they're
be
saying she's running a play, Brother Short.
no, they ran the play when they collected her money and lied to her and everybody else they lied to. They're in business for the money. Full service for sorority fraternity. What the hell is full service? You're talking about blowjobs or carpet munching? Full service? Hell. Give her money back. When you don't like something you paid for, don't you get your money back? But this thing is, you want to leave, you don't agree, and we keep your money. And if you tell anybody, it's because you want money, yet we're in the business for money. What's the difference between her getting money and them getting money? So they can get rich off of the people they lied to get into that, but she can't get something for telling people about it. To me, that seems like affirmative action. She didn't want to stay. You don't want any more. Then she does her business, talks about your asses and getting clickbait and money. To me, that sounds like freedom. They seem to be opposed. What they want is you can leave quietly. Just don't tell on all us studs. And my thing is, please tell on the studs. Say more. Talk about other rituals, man, and maybe she needs money to get the embedded hair out of her tongue from having been with them. We don't know what her needs are. We don't know if she's having to go to get counseling behind what they did to her. Okay, so
I want to
please,
say this. I want to say this, Brother Short. Well, first and foremost, salute to the over 70 plus in the building with us right now. I gotta hear from the brother ordained Juan J. Johnson, the Wolf
you mean,
himself.
oh,
Yeah, Brother Wolf, sir.
Yes, sir.
Are you up to speed now, sir?
I am, but listen to me. Dr. Short is a surgeon. He's very surgical right now. He's doing a magnificent job dissecting, bringing to light, exposing, correcting this whole piece. So, like again, I'm just enjoying it. I really am. I co-sign what Dr. Short is saying. I will say this: when I think about the Divine Nine and all those sororities and fraternities, my question is this: are we better as a people because they're around?
Oh yeah.
That's like saying, that's
how you wake this shit up.
Is your digestion better for having hemorrhoids?
Yeah. Now we're gonna circle the block with the panel with that one.
No.
Yeah.
Because again,
Brother Negro, Brother Juan J. Johnson just dropped a nice question. As an organizational founder yourself, Brother Negro, okay? Are we, the collective of Black America, better with the D9 now than we would potentially be without them? What do you see the benefit or the lack thereof being, Brother Negro? Brother Negro, are you there, sir? You know what? Let me spin the Brother Twiz then. Brother Twiz, D9 down bad. Is there a benefit?
There has never been a benefit from a sorority. For the simple fact, as they say, how long have they been around? And look at our position right now. So what's the difference between them and the CBC? You know what I'm saying? We need to get rid of all these so-called organizations that's non-beneficial or non-essential to our black fight. As Juan J. Johnson testified, and as he stated many times before, it's going to be a bunch of dead carcasses that we're going to have to step over and get out the way and shovel them motherfuckers to the side. And as Clint Eastwood say, make some motherfucking mounds out of them. What did he say in Gran Torino? He told them Chinamen, we used to stack y'all up and make body shields.
Oh, you right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what we're going to have to do with a lot of these, how should we say, these insignificant cultures, groups, and so-called sororities. We need to really get rid of them because they only benefit each other. They're not helping nobody else outside of that. You know what I'm saying? And they may give a little charity this, a little charity that, but that's just like giving fucking. That's just like putting lipstick on a pig and trying to put her on the corner, trying to put her in the woods instead of the slaughterhouse. Come on, man. They working hard. They ice skating uphill. And not only that, hey, Twism wanna be, ho. You know what I'm saying? On the real. Twism wanna be, ho. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how it is. Because I'm finna give it to you, and I'm gonna give it to you raw and uncut. I'm gonna tell you like you ain't gonna want to hear it because, hey, I'm gonna be just like your daddy. I'm gonna smack you across your ass when you get out of pocket. I ain't finna be your lover. I'm finna be your supervisor. I'm finna be your authority. I'm finna be your auditor. Fuck that. I learned time and time again when you nice people, they take your kindness for weakness and they run like a mile. They take you for a country mile. But when you put your foot down and lay your Mac hand down, that's when they act right. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know me. Y'all know when I raise my voice and when I raise my voice and put it down, they act right and they shut up and be, yes, Twizzle, that's how it's supposed to be. The same thing with the sororities. I don't really care if you was over there in Mykonos or if you was in Santorini or if you was in Athens, Greece. You ain't shit. Excuse my language, but it is real. A bitch is a bitch, whether poor or rich. And if you don't believe me, look at Puffy. Look at Bill Cosby. Look at Will Smith. Look at all these people with money. Look at all these people with the celebrity status and so-called power of the public. Look how they're getting taken down. So what's a woman with money? You know what I'm saying? Nothing but a cunt with problems. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I want to pass the mic there.
Well, couldn't it be a cunt with lawyers?
That's crazy, yo.
Okay.
Once again, a cunt with problems, Dr. Short, because if she got lawyers, she got problems because she got to pay them. You know what I'm saying? So she gonna be getting squeezed. She gonna be getting squeezed from every angle. And like they just had that documentary about that lesbian who became a man and turned around and killed herself. Why? Because it was too hard.
Well,
be
to
careful
me,
for what you ask for because you just might get it. You know
that
what I'm
sounds
saying?
like a science fiction film.
In today's reality, that's every day. You know what I'm saying? That's every day. And hey, today, I mean, in our reality, we are living in fucking science fiction because now we have to respect them. They have to give them the right of way. And I swear to God, I had went to one of my jobs a week ago. They have an indoctrination where they're teaching you how to acknowledge them or how to pronounce them. And when I saw that they said when a child is born, the doctor misidentified them because they didn't have a chance to identify themselves. That shit tripped me out, man. This straight indoctrination was going on. And I'm like, if they doing this at the job, imagine what they doing in schools.
Do you know what my pronouns are? My pronouns are MFM and cut the check.
Sounds reasonable. Yeah. You know, listen, Brother Vader Base there, Brother Base app. Sir, you know, Brother Wolf posed a very simple question for us, but some people might find value in keeping the D9. Do you think there's value for those organizations, sir?
It's like, is there value in the AIDS needle?
I think that Twiz answered it correctly. You have to put into context the fact that they have all celebrated their 100-year anniversary, and what have we seen accomplished as an entirety, or from any single institution? What have they accomplished?
Abortion
of our people. And so when you just analyze that, I think Brother Twiz already answered that question there.
Most definitely. Listen, I will say this, gentlemen. We're going to be moving on to Brother TD Jakes because I got, you know, it's shine time on TD Jakes. Shine time, you know. Shine time on TD.
TD Mutant Ninja Turtle Jakes.
Well, you mean
Mutant Ninja Turtle Jakes.
We should. I guess we should say Homoluya.
Well, I will say this, sir.
Homoluya.
Hold on. Time out, gentlemen. Now, it is incorrect and it would be blasphemy of us on this good Holy Sunday that we didn't give a shout out to good Holy Father Kevin Samuels. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, Lord.
We got to give a good holy shout out to the great Kevin Samuels and also my brother Jason Black. We got to give it out to the manosphere. We got to give it out to the men who hold it solid, keep it solid, and try to give a direction for the young men who don't have no direction to go. So on this good Sunday, a moment of silence for our brother Kevin Samuels. And let's say his name one time. Kevin Samuels.
Kevin.
Kevin.
Yes, sir.
Kevin.
Now let's be clear, brother Twiz. I'm gonna say this. I don't rock with no manosphere. Period. I don't rock with manosphere. I rock with people. Our household ran by manosphere. You know, I don't get busy with it.
Yeah, I work with the patriarch.
Because again, I come from a particular place. Now, anybody that wants to be manosphere, do what you do. And make sure when y'all go on these other platforms, you talk about PATTALK.
For the correction, what I mean by manosphere, what I mean by straight males. That's what I mean. Men, straight men, dominant males, and alpha. That's what I mean.
The better
That's
word,
what I mean.
the better word is patriarch. It's the most aggressive word. I'm not telling you how to talk.
Yes.
If you start saying patriarch, it takes space. When you say the manosphere, and I was on there, it seemed like that dude was trolling for dudes. And it's the dude just
wanted. I wasn't speaking for him.
No, I didn't say you was. I didn't say.
In general. Yeah,
I wasn't. I'm not trying to put anything on you. I'm trying to say to you, I dealt with the manosphere, and the manosphere has enough people. What are they doing? I mean, and here's what I want to say to you. Some of us have been having these discussions. I've been doing it for close to 30 years. It's not new. When I reached out to one of the manosphere people and says, "Hey, brother, can we work together?" Their response, they never, I'm not going to say who. It's one of the best known manosphere people. You mean we can't we can't come together? It has to be this person is the big person. They're the only one with big balls and all the rest of us. Hell, I'm not going to be in a nigga's harem any more than I'll be in Diddy's harem. Okay, I'm a man. That's why I like the term patriarch. It's a forbidden term. It's against feminism, and it's for family. And I'm not telling you what to say. I'm just saying, trust me, brother. If you start saying patriarch, if we all keep saying that, the real movement is fatherhood. Because I've seen the manosphere, they spend all their time attacking women 24/7. And I'm thinking, I criticize women. Everybody knows, but I'll jump in a man's ass too. I want us to get our stuff together. These folks, they want to go over and do tricks in Asia and shit. I'm not saying not to go to Asia. I'm not saying not to go to Colombia. But you mean you're going to take the same weak ass, lame ass, black, so silly, faggonist blackmail activity and take it to another country where it's better received? My thing is, why not get yourself wholly together? Where you can, what you can salvage here, salvage, and what you have to get somewhere else, get it. But work with, because I got Sister Scales, I got righteous sisters. I know quite a few. I don't think that they deserve the disrespect across the board that certain people give them, the same way I don't like the disrespect across the board that pork chops give us. And I want to say to people, the greatest nuclear weapon that's ever been invented, we had it first. It was a spiritual nuclear weapon of black men and black women working together.
Facts.
Okay, we will never have any power if we just are against all of our sisters. And I know that's not what you're saying, Brother Twizzle. I'm all for checking pork chops, but for our wazis. The manosphere didn't come up with the term like wazi. A patriarch could, because real men appreciate real women like you do. You appreciate and respect real women. And so the manosphere tends to demonize all women. And basically, that's sort of like some male feminism where we just going to be bitches towards all the women because we've had a rough time. Instead of being real men to rise to the occasion and solve problems. Chef C is a problem solver. I want to solve the problem. I don't want to be vindictive against womanhood. I don't want to be a bitch, even if I'm bitchy. Okay. I can be a greater man, a better man, a more rounded man for my sake. And then for anything that flows out of these loins while they still work. And you know what? Y'all can always make a donation because at my age, if I start a family, I'm gonna need that Viagra, and I'm gonna take a big blue pill about the size of my fist if I have to like break it off and put in a smoothie. But I want to be a great person, a great man, and we are great men. The fact that all of us are here together, notice how we're not fighting each other. Have you been on a management thing that guys are all fighting like girls and shit? They all say, I mean, I want to all buy them Kotex. I mean, damn, what are we fighting? I mean, and this is just someone argue with the other dude. And it's like the nigga wants some attention. You want to date me? I mean, what's your fucking problem? I'm not in Atlanta. Oh, you not know. 202 is DC. If you knew as much about Eric Codes' dick, you would know I wasn't from Atlanta. I had to get off this damn thing. I'm gonna fight somebody and shit. Anyway, let me stop. I'm gonna mute myself.
Let's go. Excuse me. Let's go to TV.
I just want to tell you, Dr. Short, I'm done with you. The blue pill and the slushy, I'm done with you, Dr. Short.
That was interesting.
I rebuke.
I rebuked it.
Yes, Brother Wolf. Can we get a holy blessing today, Brother Wolf?
Yeah, right. The blessing.
I rebuked it. With the Slurpee.
I'm done, Dr. Short.
Let me tell y'all wonder why I'm hawking. I
He
didn't
got his
plan to.
libation with him. Look at him.
I took this, and this has been clearing out
Size blue pill.
my bronchial thing, like hard. It's like just making everything move. So forgive me for all this hawking. I didn't know that this would do this.
Hey,
It's
you
been
mute,
moving
Brother
fast.
Short.
Anyway.
You mute yourself. There you go.
Yeah, I muted
You're live.
myself because I just wanted to. I want to apologize to people. I've been taking this Garden of
No,
Eden.
you don't have to apologize, man.
No, you
don't
didn't know
have
what
to
I'm gonna apologize for. I took this Garden of Eden colloidal silver, and it's been making me hawk. People think I'm trying to be nasty. I didn't know this stuff would just make everything move. But and I want to do a shout out to my guy in Sacramento, brother Roderick Thompson, for hooking me up and telling me and sending me
That's
stuff.
my big brother.
You know him?
That's my big brother. That's my big brother. That's my biological big brother.
I absolutely.
Tell him you know his little brother.
Okay, cool.
His little brother Antoine.
This
Damn,
brother,
it's a small world.
This brother hooked me up with this stuff, and I've been fighting with like a chest coat. And this stuff is just clearing me up. I just took it, and it's like, wow. So I apologize to people. I don't want to make anybody gross them out.
Damn,
Like
Dr. Short, damn.
The little
You know
feminist,
my big brother.
the little feminist was complaining about me hawking. I didn't mean to hawk, but it's shoot. Anyway, by the way, it was nice kicking the feminists out of the group. Everybody that liked me kicking the feminists out of the group liked this thing. Everybody that liked me kicking the feminists out, kicking the pork chop out, liked this show, and everybody share this. And I want to say to y'all that we want your support, and Sister Scales and all the others. We want to let you know that the Patriarch Summit that's going to come up, we're going to have a woman's auxiliary, because I want to work with sisters like Sister Maria. When I was in East St. Louis, this woman took me around supposedly one of the most dangerous cities in America, and all I got was love and respect. Everybody respected her. Just like cars pull over and shit. I don't know what she's done to the people. Everybody was nice to me in East St. Louis. They had duck fried rice. I want to go back to East St. Louis for duck fried rice. I just don't want any green pepper in it. I never had green pepper and fried rice before. We want to work and build up our sisters too, and they help build us up. We must be united, those of us who want to be. And I want to encourage everybody. Part of why a lot of this confusion is going on is because people don't know who they are. You really need to know who you are. And you need to know your family. You need to understand who you are. When I was with the doctor, I finally figured it out. Why, y'all wonder why I was sick. Well, people in my family have been sick of the same thing. I'm not trying to be cute, but I have a family where everybody has blood diseases. And you know why we have blood diseases? We come from royalty. They finally figured out, damn, why do I have all these problems? And so sit down and figure it out. You got to know who you are. It will even tell you about who your people are. When I was at the movie Microphone Check, this brother, this huge giant brother, he's about 6'6", very dark skinned, very handsome, presentable black dude. Looked like he was a drill sergeant, or a Navy SEAL with his wife, good looking light skinned lady. And he asked for my autograph. And I'm thinking, people want my autograph? I'm not that well known. I mean, I'm not no star or anything. I don't have no money. And damn, I don't want fame, but I would mind fortune. Then I wouldn't have to ask people for donations. But they asked for my autograph. This is, okay, I'll give it if you want it. So I wrote, God bless you, Dr. Randy Short. And you want to just talk to the person and say, hey, brother, what's your name? And he says, my name is so-and-so. And the last name was Newsom. I says, hey, is your family from Halifax County, North Carolina? And his eyes got big and says, yes, matter of fact. He says, well, hello, cousin. My family from Halifax County, one of their family's name is Newsom. By the way, also that little punk ass down low governor in California, the son of a bitch, a dick sucking closet faggot motherfucker. I heard he's related too. Twistle, don't hate me. I don't know that motherfucker, man. I don't want anything to do with him.
Go right ahead. Speak your mind. I don't like his little pretty grinning ass either.
I'm just hoping that one of the fault lines open up and he'd walk to a sinkhole and disappear. I was told
the treasure cat of California is what I call him.
I was told he's like a fifth or sixth cousin to me. God, which means that bitch Nancy Pelosi and her husband, who was trying to get a hammer stuck in his ass by that dude that they put in jail for 30. I don't want to be related to that. Now, some things when you do get into your family, don't get mad at yourself. I don't know why people I'm distantly related to want hammers stuck in their ass. Okay, I can barely get the poop out of mine, which is why I have a high fiber diet. But you do need to know who you are. You need to know who you are, and you need to know that you're created by the Most High and you have a purpose, right? And then once you do that, you start to find like-minded people. It may be lonely at first, but you find them, it's worth it. It beats being in a Greek letter crowd. The thing I learned about the people and the frats and the sororities is that there were certain people that needed to belong because they had no sense of who they were. A lot of the people that joined the frats that I saw, in particular the male frats, were dudes who didn't have a father in the home. And they needed some kind of male. So their male identity is the stupid shit that they joined up in college, right? I found the persons that who had intact identities didn't necessarily join those things unless they were punk ass legacies and they're trying to be just like their parents. And I'm thinking that we shouldn't try to be, I'm against Newsom. Please don't put anything up there on Newsom. I hate him. I don't like him. I knew he was sweet the first time I saw him. And they kept praising him all the magazines. It says he's probably slept with the whole editorial staff. Because you know how that thing goes. It's nasty. He's nasty. He's destroyed California. I ask God for forgiveness that I'm in the same gene pool as that devil. I like that new scum. Or I would say new cum, but he's old. So new scum is better. But we need to know who we are. We got to know who we are. Let's get on to TD Jakes. We got to talk about
Short,
that ball.
Your mic dropped again.
Can you hear me now?
Faintly, sir.
Like you want
Faintly.
Hello?
There you are.
Okay.
Sir.
There you go. That's better.
You know what?
Now,
these high-tech companies are all in TD Jakes. TD Jakes.
Take pause. Take Dick Jake.
Take Dick's Jakes. Or takes Dick's Cakes. Takes Dick's Cakes.
I said, let's get into the guy.
Oh, I'm like, take Dick's Cakes.
Pause.
Oh, well, he doesn't pause.
You can't pause.
Okay, so he has to do a penis ring adjustment. Can you see TD Jakes trying to adjust it?
Fair use by the Copyright Act of 1976, ladies and gentlemen. Fair use. Okay. Now, this article is by Crone. Okay. Your boy is trying to get away from P Diddy because he
But
been seeing
he
all of
doesn't
this
help
shit.
himself with that damn orange vest on. That's the wrong
Nah,
color. That's the
yeah,
wrong color.
this is the Negro con, not the leprechaun, Negro con. But anyhow, sir,
No, he's a homo con.
let's read all, sir. CNN aired footage showing Combs brutally attacking singer Cassie Ventura, Los Angeles Hotel Holloway in 2016. It became difficult for the atrocity, degrading, demeaning, debauchery Jakes preached this past Sunday. I know it was it. I know who it was, but I saw my daughters. As a man, I saw my daughters, and it made me angry. It made him angry. Oh, cool. That's fly. Let's
Well,
keep
why
on
did
going.
his daughters live in a separate house from him? You didn't even know what was going on with your daughters in your own compound. Come on, nigga.
Right.
That please. Come on,
Right.
text chicks,
Theater.
please.
Theater.
I mean, what about your sons? And they all turned out. Did you do it? I hope you didn't pull a Will Smith on your kids. Please help me, Jesus.
The
Anyway, I'm sorry.
66-year-old non-denominational bishop has delivered sermons for former President Obama at the White House, chatted about faith with Oprah, more
Well,
bullshit.
Oprah, what difference would that make? Sermons or
Right.
Siemens?
So
I mean, I'm a preacher's kid. I don't like people like this. Makes me mad. Okay, finish. Hurry up and
right,
finish
that's why
because
I'm
it's gonna
kind of
make me
skimming
mad.
over because it's annoying to me. But
It's
anyhow,
annoying to me.
again, ladies and gentlemen, y'all could get this article from Crone, okay, just for reference. But anyhow, let's keep on going. And while Jakes received an applause from his congregants for speaking about domestic violence, those extremely online critics will criticize the bishop for allegedly trying to distance himself from Mr. Combs.
So that means they didn't swallow it.
Lawsuits,
They didn't swallow his
control. 1 second.
sermon.
Hold on, sir. Hold
Has
on.
your sermon been swallowed? Been swallowed.
Hold on. Damage control damage control. One person committed on a clip posted to Instagram by the Shade Room TMZ. In recent months, Jake has been at the center of social media gossip that has put his personal pastoral reputation at stake. Listen, hold on. First and foremost, I don't see TD Jakes losing any. It's over 30,000 plus crash outs dedicated to this man's theater. He's not gonna lose that church.
No, he's not gonna lose a church, and the only thing he'd want to do with the steak is sit on it. So
swallowed.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what? Let me tell you something. That church is full of Greeks and Masons and degenerates.
Correct.
But you need to understand something. The black church attendance in this country is 15 to 20%. People aren't going. I grew up in the church. I don't go to church on Sunday. In fact, and it's so wonderful. What's the song they sing? To me, it's so wonderful to know that Sunday is mine. No, people need to stay home. They need to keep their money. That's the one good thing COVID did, was it broke down a lot of these fake ass preachers have had to scuffle for employment like all the other people that they've been using, stealing tithes from for the last 150 years. And look at his tongue. It looks like it's got skid marks in it. He needs to keep it in his mouth, right?
TD ain't having it. TD don't like what you talking
No,
about.
you know, TD says, I thought you were sending over 2 boys, not 1. I paid.
Yeah. So listen. So this article again, y'all, really quickly. I just wanted to glaze over that. He is slowly trying to put a little distance between himself and Diddy.
He should have distanced himself in bed.
But again,
he should be set down. I think that if there was any other minister organization, he would have been set down. TD Jakes need to be set down.
Mm-hmm.
He's a cash cow.
Okay, and so that lets me know that he's not under nobody. that he's
No, he
he's
is
a
under somebody. He's under Satan.
well,
And
well,
okay, he's under.
I think his head pastor is in Virginia, but nobody is strong enough to tell him, bro, you need to sit down. You're doing more damage than good. And if Jake's come across this video, you need to sit down, brother. You need to sit it down immediately, because you will not be long for women that are loose. You're going to be known for, have you ever been swallowed?
No, he's going to be known. You're going to be known.
I was just about to say that. I was just about to say
No,
that.
he's going to be known for his children, and for the court case where your daughter has stolen somebody's child. That everybody, all this media manipulation that's been protecting you, that your children are doing drugs in your home and having men over. You allowed what appears, it's alleged that you allowed pedophilia. You allowed adults or near adults to have sex with your children before the. I mean, and you're a man, a God. I mean, they have their own house. Is that why your daughter can't have kids? Because she got her stuff so infected and blown away that she has to steal a child, and that's your daughter? Yeah, I'm talking to you, nigga. Yeah, you don't want me. I'm not rich, but if you drag me to court and I got a lawyer, I'm going to go right for the children's records. I'm going to go right for the children's records. You won't do that. I don't want to talk about your personal life in terms of what you did with Diddy. I want to talk about your home life. I want to unseal that case where your daughter tried to steal this child, and all of that truth that's out, that's being hidden from the public. You better walk very carefully, brother. That girl could do a tell-all book, get some of that money unless you've paid her. Your dog, that woman tried to steal that child, and you're spending all this money, and all these people are ignoring the theft of a baby that you participated in. See, sue me. Actually, if you come at me, this will come out. This will be in the public. Um, Look, I love Jaguar, right? I would never want to have her life or learn what she's learned and go through it. But we need more Jaguar rights in our community, in particular, to rat out certain people. TD Jakes, you know that you fake. You do not live for God. You don't want to. Okay, you haven't had to. Um, I could tell Diddy was deviant the first time I saw him 26 years ago. How could you, with the man of discernment, not know, be in the parties and not see, other than it says, how can two walk unless they agree in the scriptures, right? How can two walk? How can two people be around each other and not be in agreement? Says the Bible, the book you say you claim authority from. The Bible is saying that you are just like Diddy. If you weren't, you'd stay away from it, because that same Bible says the righteous are an abomination to the wicked, and the wicked are an abomination to the righteous. If Diddy wasn't an abomination to you, it is because you are wicked. Period. And you went what? You went to Wall Street and Madison Avenue and lawyered up when somebody halfway called you out. What's it, Geno Jennings up in Philly? It's because these other preachers want to fly on your jet or whatever. But like I said, and I will say this, TD Jakes, hate me. Christopher Hill, the one that you dog because he liked pussy, your pastor in Denver, is my cousin. Okay, you dog my cousin. I don't like you. I don't care what you do. And see, if you drag me into court, I'm going to drag Chris into court. Well, get your ass. That's to hell with you, man. You're fake. I knew you were fake. I wonder how my cousin went from being such an upright, wonderful person to getting into these messes after he got up with you. What
Well,
kind of
hold
influence
on,
you have
brother
on
Short.
people?
Brother Short, I think he's got an answer for you, sir. TD Jakes has an answer for you.
What,
sir.
a fart?
Have you swallowed up? Have you ever been swallowed up?
I mean, his answer would be a fart. How come you could work with Eddie Long messing with boys, and you couldn't do something for your minister that was messing with pussy? How that sounds like the Catholic Church where the priests they come down and they get some pussy. But if you school a little boy, I mean, you get full service. They send you out to New Mexico. They even have a place in Maryland for priests that want to screw kids. You didn't know that? See, I hung around the priests. I know this. I dare some. I dare the.
Swallowed
I
him.
dare.
You
I
ever been
dare. I dare.
swallowed?
I dare him. I dare TD Jakes try to respond to this. What happened to Christopher Hill, TD Jakes? Why did y'all try to destroy him? And you're surprised he's bounced back. And why is Pussy so bad and Freak Off so good? Do you know who does that? Well, you would punish someone for being into women if you've ever worked a job.
Swallowed him. Have you ever been swallowed?
Let me just say this. If you've ever been in an environment where you had gay people in charge, and some of us have, a gay dude that's in charge will get mad if it's a straight dude that's messing with the women in the office. He don't care if you're messing with him or the dudes, but he don't like you being too friendly with the women. I worked in an environment full of lesbians, and those lesbians didn't like the fact that when the women would come into the library, God, I must have looked good about 30 years ago. The women all gravitated to me. I would always get put in the basement so the women couldn't meet me because the dykes were trying to compete for the women. And I'm thinking the same thing applies that Christopher liked women and you banished him, but yet you work with Eddie Long and you work with Diddy. How could you work with Diddy with all of his mess, but you couldn't work with Christopher Hill, someone that you helped groom for religious leadership? He's in the church with you, running your church for you. You mean you can't forgive and restore him? And it's taken all of this stuff to get you to come out on Diddy. I'm curious. That's very interesting to me.
Hey, Doc. Christopher Hill didn't pass the grooming process.
Yeah, but that means that he couldn't screw Chris. And that's what I'm saying. Chris's problem is he likes pussy. That's why he's out. That's what's that. TD Jakes isn't going to bother me. He's not going to do it because I'll call my friend who knows Chris. I only knew Chris's grandmother and father-in-law. And can you imagine me and Chris on TD? Okay, because I don't want anything that he has. I can't stand him. I want to know that you molest your sons, TD Jakes. How'd they all come out fruity? You know that song for beautiful, for spacious skies, and fruited plain? Those sounds like the house that you got.
Those sons of his will Sarita for him.
What's wrong with them? Why is everybody, like I said, a fruited plain? And I'm not talking about America the Beautiful. Why is it a fruited plain? For spacious skies.
Well, here's what I want to do, gentlemen.
Purple mountain majesty above the fruited plains. Come on. Well, we don't swallow your story.
Hold on. TD Jakes is en route to the separation clause. But you know what? We got some other stuff that's out here that we need to make sense of as well.
Okay, well, who is that? I mean, we know she used a lot of makeup. What's the name?
Well, I'm gonna tell you this.
It's Mike's Lord.
Guess what? This young lady here, right, is one of the ladies who came out because in this process, there's been a lot of people getting condemned or old receipts being brought up about all types of folks getting bust upside the head. And her ex, Joe Budden, the guy who has a, pretty big podcast, one of the biggest podcasts out there, actually. Joe Budden. Everybody's tapped into him, but Joe Budden has admitted to dragging women and off his bed or busting them upside the head. He's another one, but he came out the other day condemning P. Diddy. Okay, and this young lady took to the internet and said, hold on, you was busting me upside my shit. So how you gonna go on here and talk that talk, when you was really doing the same exact thing? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, you know what? I would
Now,
have said to her, you should have invested in the hidden camera, my dear.
well, no, check this out. Here's an interesting story about this young lady, and I think it's an interesting story. So I'm gonna share it with folks. This young lady, back in my earlier years as a chef, Tahiri Jose was driving through New Jersey. Okay, at the time I was a chef at a French bistro, and I was sitting outside because we were a little slow during that shift. Um, and so I would sit outside sometime and I would talk to folks to get customers coming in. It was a new restaurant, and Tahiri was driving through in a black McLaren. Okay. And the owner of the restaurant said, "Yo, chef, man, you do your thing, man. You know ladies like you, man. Go ahead and get her up in here." I was like, "Man, I ain't about to do all of that shit, man. Come on now, don't hold me out, man. You barely paying enough." He's like, "Nah, man, do your thing." Shout out to the over 80 plus in the building with us right now. Nonetheless, Tahiri came through. She was driving through, and I waved her down. "Hey, come through. Come get some of these crab cakes and some of this foie gras, right? Come get some of this foie gras." Believe it or not, family, she drove around the corner, parked the shit, and pulled up to the restaurant. So I said, "Oh shit, all right, you were able to pull them off of some shit." I'm like, "What?" So she came in and I had no idea who this chick was. I just knew she was thick, yellow bone, riding around in a Mercedes McLaren, right? And I'm like, "Yo, you up, man. If you could pull them, you could pull these type of breezes. They driving around in $100,000+ cars, and you could pull them. Okay, let's see." So then she came to the restaurant. I start how shit. Letting her know what's on the menu and things. Telling her to go ahead and get the frog legs. I wanted her to get the frog legs with the butter sauce, and the grilled
special.
Yeah. And then I also said, I want you to try the pate and the foie gras, right? And so she was like, nah. I said, well, I got these peaky toe crab cakes, right? These exotic crab cakes. She's like, all right, let me try that. Tried the crab cakes, and she became a fan of the restaurant. Now, I'm not going to hold y'all. What she started doing on my Monday nights, y'all, Tahiri alone, she started bringing all type of industry folks to the restaurant with her. And Joe Budden happened to be one of the people that she brought with her. It was interesting, y'all. She brought Joe Buttons with her. He coming, he outside at the bistro, everybody eating foie gras, filet mignon and shit, with the pepper sauce and shit. So I'm thinking I'm really up. And when I saw them together, I had no idea. Just looking at them, I'm like, yo, there's no violence or anything going on. It couldn't possibly be, right? Little do we know, next thing you know, I find out who she is. So somebody tells me, like, yo, this chick is famous. I'm like, man, this is another breezy out here in because this is a little rich area. So I'm like, this is just another breezy. So I'm not paying her no mind. I'm like, listen, everybody want to eat. So, then again, well, like I said, I start seeing her bring she was literally bringing all type of industry dudes and females to the restaurant. And I said, oh, this chick is kind of dope. So I try to shoot my shot. I ain't even gonna hold you. I try to shoot my shot just to see if I hit a lick with the foie gras.
You messed the money up, chef. Why you do that?
Well, I mean, at the end of listen, at the end of the day, long story short, Shorty had become a fan of it. There was never no real extra aggression between the two of them in public. I guess he was just busting her upside the head when it was at the crib. So now we're looking at a situation where she said there was times where Joe Button wouldn't even let her out the house because, you know, he was on that stuff. He was feeling, you know, he was on all types of drugs or whatever it was. And she came out with it like, listen, man, this dude had me up under a couch. He did all type of wild shit to me. And play this so we could get to hear this clip because we're talking about domestic violence now. And
we're
I think
opposed to domestic violence. Absolutely.
and I think it's necessary that we bring this up because we got to make the math. So I'm going to say fair use by the Copyright Act of 1976. But we're going to make this math, y'all. And again, I want to say this. My exchanges with Tahiri in real life were very pleasant. She was a very attractive young lady. But I can see how, you know, she could be manipulative, okay? Because there, you know, she didn't just come with Joe Button all the time. I'm not even gonna hold y'all. There would be other dudes. Movado would come. She would bring Movado sometime. She would bring all types of a dude by the name of Red Cafe. She would bring all types of cats to this restaurant, you know, and then go off into the sunset. So I guess, you know, when she was getting, you know, doing her little slide off thing, he would catch her and probably bust upside the head. But let's go ahead and play this thing. Fair use, family.
It seems like he should be able to bust something else out. I have an issue when a dude is better able to get his fist hard than his dick. I really do have a problem with that. Okay. That's the sidebar.
Handle stuff because I have to grow in this business because I'm not going to, because I have to handle stuff because I have to grow in this business because I'm not going to fold. I'm not failing because you want me to. And I just keep going until your trauma meets you. So, you know, the words of my friend Charlemagne, either you meet your trauma or your trauma will meet you. I didn't walk into that house to discuss being in a domestic violence before. It just met me face to face. And then watch your ex say something like Tahiri will fight a man. I didn't fight him. I was scared to death. And by all means today, I'm not a fighter. I'm just going to defend me, my mom, my sister. I'm the oldest. I'm going to defend everything I love and I work hard for. But no, I don't walk around throwing apples or fighting a man. Like, I've been beaten before. I you know, that relationship left me with a fractured rib. A broken nose because somebody was sending him a message, and I used to always say, "Yo, stop beefing out there." I'm out there still working. And he hit me on that nose. And
let's talk about it for a second.
Oh God!
Foot the ass on a regular basis. Okay, and listen. Let me bring some context here, though. It is important to mention that Tahiri, this young lady, sounds very pleasant. You know, again, my exchanges with her were very pleasant. She was easy on the eyes, but also at that time, I did find, it was discussions that she had that thing because she been getting dicked down so much by the industry. So she was burning. It was my understanding.
She was burning. Are you saying she had herpes? Call it what it is.
They said she had that clap. She had that clap.
No, clap is gonorrhea. Okay.
Well,
herpes is herpes. Okay.
Here's what I'm saying. Ultimately, she had a form of STD. It is alleged. Okay.
Okay.
I want to say that. But again, this lady right here, the one that we're hearing, pleasant, very pleasant. However,
I'd be nice if I had VD too. I mean,
well, hold on. Listen. Follow me on this. The alternative thing is before. Now, this came out a few days ago. But check this out. She has been in other fights. Okay, she's been in other fights with 3 other guys. Actually, 4.
Mm-hmm.
They beat her up, bust her head, all type of shit. So my question is like, why is she getting into so many damn fights? And then now she's saying that Joe Budden was going upside her head.
I'm going to say this. There are women that
Don't do it, brother Short.
there,
Don't do it.
there are women
Don't
that
do it.
there are women that are attracted to violent men.
Oh,
Okay, I wish that weren't so, but there are women attracted to violent men, and if and you can't keep them away from them. And particularly, I'm going to just say we have a real problem in our culture, and it's time for people to be honest about that. And that is that uh, black women sense black men's powerlessness in society. So they compensate by having at least my man is powerful. In fact, I know women that need or want to be with a man that can whoop their ass. If they're with a man that is gentle, they will walk all over and mistreat him.
Facts.
Meaning that the nice,
they
and
activated the
this is, we
wolf.
see this on Pat Talk, the women that come with all the mouth and aggression, they talk to someone like me. I haven't, the last time I hit a female was 50 years ago. I'd like to see them mouth off at a dude who beat someone last week. They won't do it. They instinctively, and we were on here, and Quentin said something completely different from anything. She ascribed it to me. She already figured out if I had to deal with the man, I'd rather get into an argument with him than Quentin. And since that Quentin might knock the hell out of her. So it's interesting. They can tell when a man is respectful and gentle. That's seen as weak, and it is disrespected and held in contempt. In fact, a lot of women go through life with a mentality similar to a jailhouse predator. They look at people as victims. If you couldn't keep me from mounting you, you deserve what you get. And so when you have this woman with this prison culture mindset that they only respect men of violence, they're attracted to that. And I'm going to go further. Let's just say what it is. Ungodly women choose ungodly men. We talk about this domestic violence as if it's one way, number one. Half or more of the domestic violence is women being violent to men. And if we get into women and children, overwhelmingly, women are far more violent towards children and minors than men are, and are more
Facts.
likely to kill children and burn and do all kinds. So women can be incredibly violent people. Let's just start there. Now let's move back. Ungodly women pick ungodly men. I think I told you the story. The young woman that I saw as being trafficked, and I didn't want the girl I knew from high school, we adopted her as a little sister, to be trafficked. And she liked the pimp who would mistreat her more than me. Those guys came to hurt, if not kill me. She didn't mind cashing me in, and they're black women every day that get black men all over the country killed. It's the second leading cause of death is a fight over a female or something female related that brings two men to blow. There are women that get men killed every day.
Or locked up.
And that's not called domestic violence, but that's exactly what it is. And they do that. That's not factored in because we don't treat women as truly equal beings. We treat women like delinquents. Well, she didn't mean to get the other person killed. Hell yes, she did. So there's a whole lot of violence. And so if you added in the violence that women get men to do to other men because they said so, you'd find the domestic violence problem is a lot larger. And in fact, men tend to be the greatest victims of it. If you add in that women do half of it, men and women, and then if you add in that women set men on other men, sometimes lesbian women set men on men, right? Then men are as likely, if not more likely, to be victims of drama and violence caused by women. But you know what? Men don't bitch and do books and complain about it because adversity is a part of life. And there's another thing. I'm responsible for who I associate with. I'm responsible for who I get involved with. There is this confusion or conflation where I'm a strong, independent, sovereign being as a woman when I want to pick a no good man, and then all of a sudden I'm a little girl victim when that rotten ass man who probably has a dick harder than Hope Diamond, but he beats my ass. Now I'm a victim then. Now I'm not justifying the violence, but I'm saying you picked him. I'm saying as an observer, I, again, spent a lot of my time on the university campus watching girls run away from guys who worship the woman. I have a dead brother who worships his wife. I know a lot of guys who are dead. They did everything. Their wives ran them in the ground. That's not seen as domestic violence.
That's
Okay,
adultery.
so I mean, it's complete. In fact, men see the men as simps and suckers, and we don't sit up crying over them. If a woman gets run to the ground and killed by men, men and women talk about it. So
Right.
there's this whole other element that we're not really dealing with the fact that godless people, amoral, immoral people have immoral lives, and the wages of sin is what? Death. You're not married to this guy. I don't know. Were you married to everyone that beat her ass, or were these people that you were fucking outside of wedlock? Right. So sex. Let's be honest. A whole bunch of folks are high class, or should I say, lace, lowbrow, middlebrow, lowbrow sex workers, and this has been going on with industrialization and urban living. That a whole lot of women basically are hoes, and they find men to subsidize their expenses that they themselves don't have enough money to cover. This is just a fact. It's been a part of American life since the cities got large. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it's wrong. But in reality, um, prostitutes get beaten. In fact, there are thousands of dead, missing sex workers all over this country. We don't know how many. Ask Brother Juan. There are lots of missing people, cold cases. These were people out there slinging ass as women without a pimp, and they got with a violent, cruel, monstrous man, and they're gone. It's
Facts.
horrible. It's horrific. It ought not be. But there's a realm of protection, like being married to the person that you spread your legs for, knowing the family, knowing the history. I meet ladies. You talk too much. They don't want a guy to let them know who he is. They just go on animal appeal, hop into bed, and that person turns out to be a psycho. But and then, or the other hand, if they marry the dude 6 or 7 years later, say he never talks. Nigga, you didn't want anyone that talked. Now he doesn't talk. Now you hate him for being the way you picked him. See, a lot of this has to do with women getting what they want. I mean, I'm going to say to you, a lot of women are completely irrational about what they want, nonsensical about what they want. I didn't say all, but many. And they make stupid decisions in relationships and husbands and such. It used to be arranged stuff. And then we said all of a sudden, look, women have this all figured out. Just let them do whatever the hell they want, free them for all restraints and conventions, and they'll be fine. And it hasn't proven true. And I'm not talking about taking away freedom of choice or anything, but if the freedom of choice is influenced by the media, by television, by porn, by all this stuff of how you pick and look at men, I would say to you that most of the time, these people don't even know who they're talking to. They've never even figured out the human being that they're about to open themselves to. In fact, I'll just tell you, it happens to you, Chef. How many times have you gotten a picture like this one right here, where a woman tells you, not, I'm a sensitive type person, they tell you I have a big ass. That's what you lead with. I've got a big butt and I got nice boobs. Not, I want a person that would care. I want a relationship. They appeal to me based on just carnal thing. Hey, look, man, weakling, I've got pussy and you need it. What you say? If you approach people out there like that, when you're trawling for dick or trawling for attention, and nothing really matters, then how can we get upset when these things go on? If you're attracted to Jack the Ripper, you'll get ripped.
Come on.
What
Come
do I do? And I know what it's like. I've seen people beg folks. I'll give you a real story and I'll stop. Just about 50, 52 years ago, between 52 to 53 years ago, my father's secretary's sister was seeing a thug. The family begged her, please don't go. The family, father, mother, reverend, nice people, family full of artists. The last name, you've heard of him, Juan. Uh, the family's name is Spears. They're a family of artists, musicians, singers, preachers. They begged the sister, please don't go out, and please, we love you, we love you, we want better. You know, she wanted this street dude. Remember when Calorama was really rough, Juan? It was like really violent over in Columbia Road, like Harlem level. I mean, South Bronx level. And she got some rogue dude, and the family tried to break it up, and the daughter went back and told the boyfriend how the family felt about him. And do you know what happened? He went and visited the family home. He killed the father, the mother, he killed the woman, killed a brother, and one other person survived. He almost wiped out the whole family. The reason her sister, who's my dad's secretary, was busy working for my father, had she gone home, he would have killed her too. But she picked nobody, the father, nobody. And I'm telling you, this dumbass, stupid, rebellious ass women out here that don't listen to anybody, when they get passionate about something, they'll get everybody killed over their stupid ass female emotions. And so her whole family destroyed because no one can say anything to her. They didn't put their hands, they plead with the girl. That girl trusted this street trash over her own father, got her whole family killed. And so for all you little feminist assholes out there, this is what goes with all this women's into it, just everything women. No, women get a lot of shit wrong every day. Women need men's input and men need women's input. This idea that women are fully self-contained units, that's insane. Proof of that is while Israel's fighting this war, they're not putting women in combat against Hamas.
Say it again.
They only have men fighting men in Gaza because they only have men fighting men in Gaza. In real warfare, you don't put women out there. It's a lie. It's a unity myth. It's a game. It's a game to say that men and women are interchangeable. It is a damn lie. It is an honorable thing to be a woman, in particular, to be a woman that's a wife and a mother. And it's honorable to be a man and to be a man that's a father and a husband. And they're not identical. They weren't meant to be. I don't have a monthly and I don't want to have a monthly. Okay. And the women who are pretending with the birth control pill and other things that they can trot in places that most men dare not trot, their asses are learning the hard way. Hard head, soft ass. And I should add in busted pussy.
Well, leave it. Listen, I wanna go ahead and circle the block a little bit more in this clip, but I want to tell you this right here, that image y'all see, gentlemen. Brother Wolf, you talk about carcasses being walked over, sir.
Stepping over that carcass.
Big ass and all. You may need mountain boots to get over it, but you'll get there.
She done caught a few. She got bodies on her. Bodies that she stepped over herself, sir. I'm going to keep it a buck. She stepped over several carcasses. Yeah? She was the wolf before you.
I think that we don't really deal with that trauma bond that these women be having. I think that a lot of women can't bond with a good dude because they've been bonding with trash, garbage, thugs, killers. They can't bond with somebody that's good. They don't even want good. They want some type of action. If it's boring, they would go and create it, goddammit.
That's right.
Okay? I mean, you can show them all the love you want. But if they are used to trauma and they've bonded with the trauma, they feel a sense of emptiness if they don't have something crazy going on. And would justify being with that crazy person instead of being with a good dude. So yes, I step over those carcasses.
And you know what, brother? Salute to Brother Wolf. Wolf, I always tell cats, watch out for the crazy cooch.
Oh, man.
It's not what you want.
It's not what you need.
No, none of that. None of that. But this one right here, because a lot of cats still deal with the colorism too.
Yeah.
So she got the yellow bone, the yellow bone advantage. Then she got the mac and cheese jam in the back. Right? Well, in her case, she got the plantains in the back because she's I believe she's Dominican, I believe. And then she's fun size. She's not tall. She's the fun size height. So she had a lot of cats looking crazy out here, but she knows how to turn the victim off and on. She knows how to use all of this shit. And a lot of cats are deers and headlights to females like this. A lot of dudes don't stand a chance against a shorty like this. And she know how to use her mouthpiece.
That's why the brothers need to keep a no on standby.
Right.
You have to say no to yourself. You have to say, you have to practice discipline. Because again, a lot of these cats out here don't have nothing to lose. See, you got something to lose. You would tell that joker, well, I take that back. Because again, some guys are just so weak with their game. But you look here, you got to be able to call somebody in your circle and say, look here, what do you think about this? When you tread down that pathway of no return.
Right. Right. And this one right here will have a brother up the river without a paddle. Telling you.
If you talk to the majority of the guys who are incarcerated right now, I would dare say 80 to 85% of them are in jail because of a woman.
Mm. And it's more.
Brother Wolf not lying. He not lying, dude. My dad raised me on that fact. He said, damn near half the men in jail and half the men in the graveyard right now is behind a woman. He always told me that shit.
Graveyard. That's a fact. Over caping for undeserving breezy.
And watch this. They step over your carcass and go to the next person.
That's what I'm talking about.
Like I said, it's not even love these days. It's your next.
It's convenience. That's what it is.
You're next in line.
Listen, there's a saying right now, an understanding that women, a good amount of women are looking for a reason to get out of a relationship than reasons to stay in one.
Because they get bored fast. When they get familiar, they go into the disrespect mode. I gotta find something out. I gotta find out what his weaknesses is and then highlight them, remind them of his weaknesses.
Yeah. Let me play a little bit more of this, man. Let me play this.
And then push me down a flight of stairs. I remember having.
Look, and I can tell you. Let me tell you something. Cause she yellow bone, and this chick is either in her 50s or almost 50.
She dangerous.
Yeah, she been playing this game for a very long time.
Where are her children? How many babies has she killed?
She is childless.
No, she's killed babies. She's a murderess of children. And I need to say this, no. Women that murder children have what's called a post-abortive complex. If you will kill a life inside of you, why not fuck a killer?
Well, I wouldn't put that on the lady unless we know for sure.
No.
You can, brother Short, you can have that one, but I'm not.
No, don't you do it. I'm going to do it. If you've been out here screwing for the last 30 years, if you have not terminated a pregnancy, then you're sterile. And a whole lot of black women have fertility problems because they've had venereal diseases. Oh, yes. We need to have this goddamn discussion.
Facts.
Okay. So we always talk about the down low man with the AIDS, and yeah, we agree. with the sissy who's mixing. He's putting, what's that, the Reese's peanut butter cup. You put your peanut butter in my chocolate. Okay, well you put my penis in someone's dookie, right?
Pause.
These
But
women
yeah, go
who
ahead. Let's
have
have a
fallopian
conversation.
tubes that have more holes in it than Swiss cheese because they've had tubal pregnancies and they got enough fibroids and all to be a brush. It's because folks have tried to whore with this birth control pill that women can be as promiscuous as what the feminist liars say, that all men are just getting that much ass and pussy. And that's not all men, it's some. So these women feel like they're on a all you can screw, and they take it as a personal challenge to screw everybody. And then when your stuff is messed up, this is why you have women stealing babies and shit like that to cover for the fact that I fucked up my life being a slut, being a whore, and now someone has to compensate, whether they're raising bastards of another man, or I steal someone's child, or we adopt some crack baby, and the dude has to deal with a kid with enough neurological problems to be the Jewish community. I mean, this is the way to compensate for the fact that I was a hoe when I was young. We have whole families where it's all about protecting and covering up for the filthy life that the woman led. We talk about men being hoes, women are hoes too. And there's a consequence. So when they do all this sex education, they do the same thing with gays. Tell gay men, you can just screw and be free and feel good about yourself. I said I had to tell this young gay dude who's trying to tell me something. If gay is so perfect, why are you guys committing suicide? Why are you guys so lonely? Why can't that 1 foot long dick be enough for you?
Pause.
Huh? And it's the same thing for these women. So these women that have slutted up their youth, then when they get older, they start getting desperate. Now, at least she still is presentable in the face, but in reality, the reason you put up with all that abuse and all from a man is, one, you can't give him a child. That's another reason. Sometimes women can't leave because they have children, and some women stay with the man because he's not pressing them to have children and they can't. We need to talk. This shit is hurtful, and damn it, we men have to hear all this stuff. It's time women hear it from our perspective. So you slutted your life up. I mean, you put your pussy on the Russian roulette and you spit that thing around, and more people have had shots at it than a Vegas slot machine. And now you're headed towards your 60s.
Well,
And
listen,
you're
listen, listen,
you're
listen.
not treated
Hold
as
on, hold on,
well
hold
as
on, hold on, hold on. I'm gonna ask everybody this question on the panel, and then I'm gonna play the rest of this clip. But I'm gonna start with you, brother Short. I already know what you got. Can a hoe be rehabbed, sir?
Who, me?
Brother Dr. Short, can a hoe be rehabbed, sir?
That's like asking, could you use depleted uranium for tooth fillings? And in fact, that's only a question that's asked to Black American men. We're the only men in the world asked to esteem whoredom. You wouldn't be able to ask this anywhere else in the world, to show you how weak and how disrespected we are. That says that we're a conquered people, that someone else gets it first. To hell with that. A whole is always a whole. It's a forever whole. We should have the same thing that a woman would have if a man got molested when he was young. She'd never forgive him, even though he was a victim. The day we start having these harsh standards as Black men, we'd have more order in our community. When we leave leeway for someone to be a hoe and they get to rebound, like all these dumbass young men that think that they could be the next Malcolm X because they're in lockup, that's ridiculous. That was Malcolm. It's not your ass. If you see someone that's able to rebound from being a hoe, that's her. That's not the rule. It's the exception if a hoe can transform herself. The rule is once a hoe, always a hoe.
Once a hoe, always
Church
a hoe.
hoe, street hoe, bushy hoe, boule hoe, right? Okay. Or as I say, church bitch. you're still a hoe. Sorry. Don't
Brother
be a
Twin.
goddamn hoe. Stop looking for ways to legitimize being sexually promiscuous and start concentrating on investing your genitalic wealth in a righteous man that you can build something with instead of telling women they can treat it like it's a fucking lotto and you can keep buying tickets. Bullshit.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna go to Brother Vader. I've been having Brother Vader stand in the cloud for a little bit. Brother Vader, can a hoe, if you're there, sir, can a hoe be rehabbed, sir? Let me see if Brother Vader there. Can
Man, here's the thing. Who's not a hoe?
There you go. Come with it, Vader. There you go. I like it. Go there. Go there. Speak on that. What you elaborate, sir? Don't just drop that and try to slide, motherfucker. Elaborate.
I don't know. Like, it's hard out there and it's wild out there. And as far as having a past, man, I'm gonna close it like that.
Hey, Chef C, do you
Yes,
call
sir.
ramen noodles spaghetti?
Depend on where I am. Yes, sir.
I don't believe that.
Because that's what the Asians do. A salute to the over 90 plus in the building.
Yeah, I think this is my department right here.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? Because you know I come from this player shit, and once again we can say it. Once a hoe is always a hoe. When you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. If you don't believe me, ask Sam Rothstein. I'm a Rothstein dude from Casino, and I use this analogy a lot.
So why do you keep doing it though, Twin?
Because experience is their best teacher. They don't know. See, this is just like all.
No,
the
they've been
dudes
blinded
who's
by
coming into the game.
feminism.
Check it out, Dr. Short. What it is once these dudes come into money and come into power, they get that euphoric rush. You know what I'm saying? You know, power is corruptive. So once a man get that power, and he has certain people up under his wing and certain people up under his thumb, we think we can change the tide of the Mississippi. We think we can make the Mississippi flow from south to north. It's just like how my dad always told me, some women think they could conquer the world with a pussy. So when it comes down to these men that's getting this money, they come across them high-priced hoes. And once they come across a high-priced hoe, they come on that Sam Rothstein shit. What he said, Casino? I knew what she was, but so what? I'm Sam Rothstein. I can change her. And that's what every man think. They think because they got that money and they power and they control their environment, they think they can control a woman. And that's their biggest mistake out. You cannot control no woman. You know, that's why we call her Mother Nature, because she is unpredictable like fuck. And she's down and she's bound to switch on you any moment like fuck. You know what I'm saying? And what Brother Wolf, what he was saying is 100% correct. I was raised on that analogy. You know, my dad always told me, he said, if you think that, he always told me, boy, as a man, don't never expect sympathy or people to feel sorry for you because you ain't going to get it. If you don't believe me, go into the streets right now and say, oh, I just been robbed, oh, I just been jumped, or my wife just been cheated on me, or something just like that. And watch what happened to you. Watch how many police come, snatch your ass up, beat your ass, or the niggas from around the block come whoop you, pop you, and get you up out of there. But let a woman go out there, oh, they just robbed me, oh, they trying to rape me. Watch how much traffic stop, helicopters coming, ambulance, you're going to have SOS, you're going to have everything coming out there to her need, because that's how it is. You know what I'm saying? Women are an emotional creature, so they thrive on sympathy, and so sympathy and empathy is their tool. Men can't do that. You know, men have to go on straight brawn. We have to go on straight alpha shit because that's all we got. Nobody's going to feel sorry for us. Nobody's going to give a fuck about us. And at the end of the day, who really care about us? We all we got. You know what I'm saying? And like my dad, once again, he always told me every woman think they could conquer the world with a pussy. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Especially
in the
when they
black
young and
community, it's
beautiful like
practically
that.
true.
Yeah,
It's
they think
practically
they can conquer
true.
the world with a pussy.
Every person with a pussy is Genghis Khan in our community with all the faggotists and simps we've got. I mean, so I mean, there's not
Hey, with Dr. Short, with all the faggotism, what good is a pussy?
no
Well,
a
faggotism,
fag a
what good is
fagonist
a pussy?
a fagonist isn't gay. A fagonist is a dude that's a slave to his dick, which means he'll do anything for pussy, old or new. Or it's sort of like, you know, those little signs they have in Oakland. We buy houses and we buy cars. That's sort of like simps have a card on their forehead that says "We buy pussy," and it doesn't matter what's something. It's the
We
same.
call those tricks. We call
No,
those weak-minded tricks. And
okay,
we've been running a few of them motherfuckers down.
yeah, but
So let me take a second stab at this, because the question is, can they change, right?
Right.
And we gotta look at behavior, right? What happens when her reputation gets out there that she been out in them streets?
When her reputation precedes her,
She moves to another town.
Yeah, she pack up like motherfucker, and she get gone.
I hate to
Hold
say
on
it, she's
real
born
quick. Let me
again.
go back. Hold on real quick. Let me go back to Brother Vader, but I gotta salute my brother Black Lynn joining the kitchen. Salute Brother Black Lynn in the building. Peace, peace, peace. We got the young soldier coming up, Brother Black Lynn. Let me ask Brother Black Lynn. Black Lynn, can a hoe be rehabbed, Brother Black Lynn?
I mean, the rule is no. But
yay!
right? There's always
That's the
going to be
rule.
exceptions, but what I found is no, and it's a waste of a man's investment, time, and energy if he
And
tries
seeds.
to rehab that. In our community, we stay trying to rehab things that are not worth an investment.
Kevin.
Salute
Kevin.
Brother
Kevin.
Black Lynn, keeping it short and sweet.
Kevin.
He said, lead them hoes to the highway. Leave them on the highway.
But he hit it plain and simple. A hoe is not an investment. That was the best line ever. When has a hoe ever been an investment?
Heaven.
You know what I'm saying?
Kevin.
That's a liability.
Kevin.
Well, let me ask the ordained now. Let me go back to ordained. You know, the wolf. I got to hear. Wolf, you out there solo, lone wolfing it, and a hoe try to wrangle you in. Are you rehabbing the hoe? Can she be rehabbed, sir?
I'm going to play angel's advocate right now.
Boo.
No, the scripture says, be not conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. And I think that if
It said your mind, not your coochie.
yes, but the mind is attached to the coochie.
Yeah, but the mind is new, but the
I don't
coochie,
know, Brother
the
Wolf.
mind
I
will
don't
be
know, Brother Wolf,
the
'cause I
mind
think
will be
that those
renewed,
two different
but
kinds.
not the
Hold
coochie.
on, let Wolf finish. Go
Go ahead.
That would,
Get on, Wolf.
that would be like saying there's no redeeming qualities in a murderer. Can a murderer be redeemed? Just don't even answer the question. Just consider the thought. So it's going to take a little more work for the hoe to be redeemed. So if you're a hoe and you're listening to the lone wolf,
listen to Lone Wolf. It's coming out. Look, the old wolf is coming out. You hear it?
The old wolf, yeah.
I hear it. Hey, let it out, Brother Wolf. Let it out, man. Hey, yeah, let it out, man. I hear it. Let it out.
walk over that carcass. You know that I'm a carcass walkers over. But I just know that if you can change your mind, you can change the people you with. You can change your direction, but it's going to come with some discipline. Now you may not get what somebody who's not a hoe gets. You're not a new 100. You're just a old hoe who just changed their mind.
A church hoe.
A church hoe.
A church
Old wrinkled up $100 bill compared to a blue face.
But you know what? I'm gonna keep it 100, and I'm gonna say this, and some folks ain't gonna like it. It's okay.
I won't.
A lot of niggas are the bastard children of hoes.
It's true. Now I agree with that. I'd say about
Don't tell him, Chef. Don't tell him.
50
That's been going on
50%.
since the beginning of time, brother.
50%.
That's been going on since the beginning of time.
Your mom busted open, got pregnant in the back of a car, in the bush, in the motherfucking, in the church,
At Freaknik.
and had you. And said,
I'm gonna say this though. I'm gonna say this in defense. Some of the greatest men in the world were bastards. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna go that route. Some of the greatest men in the world were bastards.
This is the feature the hoe though. We featuring the hoe.
You talking about hoes right now?
Yeah.
We don't want to extend the conversation.
Yeah.
Hoes being
hold that are loose.
No, your problem is that you were loose.
Created a whole new species called carcass walkoverus.
Now, gentlemen, we're coming up on 3 hours.
4 hours.
4 hours.
4 hours. Now, how much more we gonna do? What else is on here?
We going 15 more minutes and then we out of here.
Okay.
But I had to ask is Henry redeemed the hoe?
Hell no.
And
we as men can't. God can, but that's not a guarantee that she can get a pussy rebate. That's not fair. That's not necessarily in the cards. So you get right with God, and then you spend the rest of your life advising young women, don't be a hoe like I was. I was stupid. I mean, I treated my pussy like it was a super can and shit, and everything went into it, and it was in the alley. You shouldn't be like that.
A lot of hoes are just a shell of lifelong bad spread leg decisions. Okay. And
but what about happy bad leg spread leg? Folk who did it. Folks who knew, like the girl that was in my class, from my French class, that screwed half the time. Remember Morris Day and them, but she said, I'm going to fuck the whole band. I mean, there are people who wanted to do this stuff. Let's stop pretending that women are always victims. Some women, a lot of women, I mean, dick must feel good. Them and sissies fighting for it. They like getting dick, and they went out and they got it. They want to walk funny like their friends, like they're like a cowboy with 2 6-shooters over the hip. You know, women walk funny when they've been knocked out. They wanted that. My friends look happy. They got screwed. I want to get screwed too. So let's stop. I see women as equal moral agents under God, which means women have a sin nature. And they have a good nature. They can choose, or they're not. Stop treating women like, oh, they're always the victims. No, they're whole because dick felt good. They like throwing it around. They like bouncing up and down, knocking up against headboards. They like seeing their own boobs knock them in the eye. That gets to them. They like being treated special. They like screwing the captain of the football team the other girls can't get. I mean, half of them screwing is competition with other women. They chose that.
Well, here's what I want to do, gentlemen. Let's check this out real quick. It started off and it jumped off because she responded after she saw the broadcast from Joe Button. And she said, this whole shit took me out so hard. So sorry for Cassie and every other woman who's currently going through it or has ever gone through it. Fuck out of here. The irony, this is triggering. I remember Joey throwing me down a flight of stairs, dragging me back into the house, and me having to talk him into letting me go.
Hey, Chef, let me ask you a question for a second. Did you see the thing that Jaguar put out that Cassie used to laugh at Diddy beating?
I'm leading to that, sir.
So that's how these women say and think, as long as it's not me, they let other women get hurt. They let children get hurt. Come on now.
Yeah. I'm leading to that. That's why I'm like, know what? Because it's interesting that all of these formerly abused women are magically, coming out of nowhere.
No, they hear a cash register ringing. The only other thing they like more is hearing the man come. They hear the cash register. That's what's making that's triggering her, the cash register.
Well, again, after somebody gets a $30,000 settlement,
30
that's
million.
30 million. Excuse me, 30 million. But here's my, before we're a little fast tracking. Hold on now.
You can buy a
Let me
lot of Noroform for $30 million.
check this out. Now, what he says to her is, you are lying, failed gold digger that has abused, targeted, and manipulated many men. Outside of me, you lack an identity, which is why you've tried desperately to attach yourself to me for over 15 years.
She has an identity as a whole. The problem is that it's not financial. She needs money to go with the whole identity.
Brother Short, let me finish this. The last time I saw you, I purchased a mattress from you, and you were happy you made the sale. You were fine then. There was the night after Starlet 6 years ago when you invited me inside your new place. You were fine then too. You were on my body, your entire last stench on Love and Hip Hop, and tried your best to disrespect my son's mother in the process, whatever. I had to ask producers to keep you away from us like the cancer you are. Yet you continue to slight my name online. It's your identity. I don't speak to you or about you because it's low vibrational. You're a low level Dykeman con woman that's been lying about you already know for ages. I pray you heal, move on. Hopefully this is our last exchange. Now, Dykeman, when he says Dykeman, anybody familiar with New York City, Dykeman is infamous for a bunch of big booty Dominican females.
Oh, I thought they were talking about the ex-mayor of Chicago. Okay, so I'm thankful for that clarification.
Catch anybody that's out there slipping, they'll catch you. All right, so if you out there high flying with your jewels and vehicles and all this shit, them shorties are infamous for having just leading with sexuality. That's what they do. And she was another one. And Joe Button just was sliding down anything that ever came across him. So, we're looking at a situation where he's, trying to put her out there because, again, to Harry always been kind of, bottom heavy. And she has caught several simps and other cats out there, because she got that thing on the back. Now, what I want to address is this. She jumped out on a limb because of this video.
Sean Diddy Combs.
All very familiar.
The video
with
to corrupt
here. Okay, let's bring up the video. We're all familiar with this video. Fair use again.
corroborate some of the allegations of abuse.
Now, I don't need to hear this lady talk. I don't want to hear shit from this lady. But let's go ahead and check out the video. You see your boy Diddy take, running up, right? Boom, gave it a bop, the wop, right? Bop.
He seems comfortable wearing that dress.
Indeed. Now, my question again, objectively, gentlemen, all emotions aside, is this video clear enough for you to even make out that that is actually Cassie?
No.
Right? Now, that's
clear enough to make it as Diddy. Can you see that it's Diddy?
No.
You can't really see that it's Diddy.
I can't see that it's him either. So the guilty by public opinion is the only thing I'm seeing here.
Now, can you imagine that that's an AI film?
It can be, because we have that technology right now. It can very well be. However, we don't see no clear distinction declaring that's fucking Cassie. You telling me you can see that that's Cassie from this? Who see it? I don't see Cassie.
Is it okay if I don't like Diddy anyway?
I see a shadow. I'm not even, and this is not me caping. Let's be objective here. There's nothing making a clear declaration that you can see Cassie here. Let's move forward. Check it out. I want to just like objectively speaking, y'all. Let's look at this. Like, okay, that for me in that corner there, it looked like Diddy. However, I don't see Cassie at all. At all. So again, more political theater. However, this is the same very tape that has everybody running out, now putting on the cake, trying to sniffing out the bag because everybody getting thirsty. Everybody hear that check. He drags her. I don't see Cassie. Is anybody else out there right now got a clearer version of this video? I need to see it. Because, again, even right now, it still remains hearsay, as far as I'm concerned.
Mm.
So, with that being said, let's go to the clip. Because, again, your girl Cassie, according to Tahiri and other chicks that been on Love and Hip Hop, like Evelyn, who got headbutted allegedly by Chad Johnson. Everybody coming out, talking about how, disturbed they are by this stuff. But again, I'm not seeing anything that's clear that's showing me that it was some wild shit going on, particularly to her. So, what I want to bring up now as well, gentlemen, is the clip that I shared. Okay, I had a clip of Cassie, well, Cassie's homegirl, saying that, first and foremost, Cassie ain't no damn victim. Cassie ain't no victim. Cassie was actually jumping in, getting a couple licks with Diddy while he was beating up Kim Porter. Okay? So, yeah, hold on. Bear with me, family, as I find this thing, because I did send it to me. But, yeah, I mean, again, the kettle calling black. My thing, Cassie, you not a victim. And anybody that's, I put in my community section, that very clip of me doing a broadcast saying that Cassie was running plays anyway. She ain't been no victim. Hold on. God damn. I can't find it. Somebody done dropped the salute to the over 90 plus in the building with us right now. Salute. Let me see if I can find this joint. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, one of Cassie's friends, long-term friends, came out, said that Cassie would laugh, even partake sometime in busting Kim Porter upside the head with Mr. Take That.
Mm-hmm.
So now, when does the victim become a villain?
When she has good Jewish lawyers.
Right. Well, see, here's what I think happened, Brother Short. I want to talk about this. Here's what I think happened. I think Diddy, she was awarded the settlement, and Diddy may have lapsed in the first installment of the payment.
Mm.
Okay? And the mere fact that they got the green light to actually leak this video, right? Although it's very blurred and distorted, the mere fact that the green light was given to leak a video while this stuff is going on tells you that, Mr. Diddy, you don't really rub some people wrong, and you do. You're done. You're done. And they don't care about playing dirty to make it happen. So I'm looking at this from a different perspective here, because Cassie had this video the whole time, right? Now that you think about it, she had the video the whole time in order for it to be leaked. She didn't decide to leak it in the first place, but now she's leaking it now. Her legal team is leaking it now. We got to make shit make sense.
Well, what's that song? It's cheaper to keep her. It would have been cheaper to keep her, but he didn't.
Well, talk about keeping now,
Cheaper
right? Let's go there.
her.
The keeping aspect of her over 10 years. And you say, earlier we talked about some women actually want to be bust upside their head. To them, it's an expression of your true love for them, affection for them. If you're not busting them upside their top, they don't trust you.
You know, some shit, see, ever since the OJ thing went down to where they came up with the Domestic Violence Act, ever since that occurred, relationships have went down, marriages have went down, and you have long-time partnerships that disappeared. For the simple fact, I don't condone violence against a woman, but what happened behind closed doors in a man's house is his business. You know what I'm saying? And when a man cannot be a man in his house and take order and control and put discipline down, that's when he lost everything. And the moment that happened, that's when once a man lost control of his house.
Hmm. Oh my. I think my uh oh my God, my transmission, my thing charged off on me. Hold on one second. Let me see something. Hang on one second, guys. It's cheaper to keep her. Mm, mm. It's cheaper to keep her. Mm, mm. It's cheaper to keep her. Mm, mm, mm. It's cheaper to keep her. Yeah, my charger didn't charge, so it dropped off. Mhm. What you guys think? Yeah, it's cheaper to keep her. Mm, mm. So yeah, this is gonna come back on. I'm sorry, my thing cut off. I think this thing got hot. Ooh, it's hot. Hot child in the city. Um, I think I should stop here because we basically. Uh, I think Diddy did it, y'all. I believe it. I have no respect for the behavior. Court of public opinion. I've felt this way long. There's something wrong with that man. There's been wrong. What happened was the battery got so hot on this phone here until it ran the battery out, so it's not charging. And so that's how that is. Um, I think I should stop here because I'm about done. And this thing isn't going to charge back. Guys, I'm going to probably take a break here and I'll consider doing get back to this book, Tip of the Spear. I want to finish that. I appreciate everybody that was here. I think I should do a little bit more. I should go back to my other book that I had and do that a little bit later. I'm feeling it. So I'm thinking I eat a little bit, uh, take a little bit of ashwagandha and so forth, have some natural drugs, the things that you take for your health anyway, and try to resume in a couple hours. And I hope I do it this time. I don't think I'm tired. Um, Thank you everybody for participating. I'm sorry about this thing cutting off. Let me see if I can get it. It's still on one. Um, Give me a second. Hold on one second. I think I have a solution. Give me a second. Hey, hang on for a minute. Let's give us a few. But we're about to end it anyway. But I'm gonna fire this thing up. Oh, wow. Okay. All right, everybody. Let me see if I can pull this back together. Anyway. Mm, mm. Let me see if I can get this on. And next time I'll switch it back on. Let me see. Mm. Okay, everybody. Let me see if I can get them in a second. Mm. It crashed.
We don't have people in our homes. We don't have that man figure in there to teach us the game. It becomes, Brother Short, they kicked you out, sir.
No,
They kicked you out.
no. What happened is the battery overheated and the phone would not charge. So I had to freeze the phone. Apologize to I lost 20 some odd people. I had to freeze the phone so it would recharge again. So because the phone got hot, like Kamala Harris.
No, it's a real cook up happening in here right now. But you know what? Let me play a little bit more of this.
Time a woman that is that beautiful is dating a nigga that is.
Brother Short, were you here to catch this video, the start of this video?
No, this has been out for. It went out.
Ain't nobody got the courage to stick up for Puff. I do.
What do you mean?
Go ahead. Hey man, Cassie.
So I want him to hear this.
Cassie ain't the bitch y'all think she is. I always say this, man. Domestic violence is not always abuse because some bitches like to fight. Cassie is the same woman that would go to Puff Daddy's.
Now I want to say this before it resumes. Darlene, the chick you see in right
house while Kim Porter was alive.
The chick that y'all see next to Craig Facts. She's the type of shorty, and it's millions of these women out here that don't believe that women can do no wrong.
Women can't. Having a pussy does make you holy in the black community. This is what the faginists and the pork chops say. So we can't have common sense because the woman is 100 and the man is negative 100. That's not balanced. We have to have where there are good women and good men, bad women and bad men. Feminism doesn't teach that. And simpism or fagonistism says, man, say anything, just go along with women to get the pussy. Just pussy, 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 pussy. Now, on the other extreme, you have misogynistic dudes that are borderline sissies that are always down on women. Well, I don't really like people pussy anyway. They pricing and all. But we should be a lot more. And in fact, it breaks down to decency, common decency, which is lacking in our community. There are good women. There are women that are hurt and victimized. Okay. I'm for them being protected, but there are also women that go out and do things. I have a god brother, lives in Tennessee. He has an aunt. She's probably gotten about 4 or 5 men killed in her own family, just starting shit and sitting back and watching. That's what I said. How many men get destroyed or hurt by women that start shit? Say, I bet you wouldn't say that to him and get those 2 men fighting and someone's dead. I didn't know that. No, see, that's not a crime. If I'm a man and I instigate a riot, I can get jailed. A lot of stuff women do that's dangerous. It's true. Oh, well, that's how women are. Okay. If a woman says a man raped her, they beat him up, throw him in jail. Well, she should be thrown in jail for a couple of years. Her ass needs to get kicked and beaten by women. So it's cool. You don't do this kind of shit to people. There isn't a consequence structure for many things that women do, and women like it that way. They like the new rights that they got to be more or less the same as men without any of the responsibility, consequences, or accountability. And it makes women like this, who have no morality, impossible bitches to deal with. And a lot of those folks get asses kicked and beaten and so forth. And then they run around saying, men, 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 no, bitch, 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 bitch. You helped this. You made this. Like I said, most of the black children are being produced by 20% of the black men, meaning that black women ignore 80% of the men for the most dysfunctional ones. That's a hell of a sweep. They've worked to get those types. Then you want to come like that broad last week, try to come and bring me somebody else's garbage because you got your eye blackened by someone you wanted that bought you Remy Martin. Don't bring that to me. I owe you no sympathy. Again, my scriptures say the wages of sin is death. The way of God is life and peace, right? If you choose death, that's what you get. Don't tell me, but I'm a woman. Okay? There's a cross for everyone, says the song, right? Brother Johnson. Must Jesus bear the cross alone and all the world go free? There's a consequence for everybody. So, in fact, forgive me, black men worship the pussy so much. We lie to women and we say there's no consequence. You've got such a fat ass. You can do whatever you want. You could set the White House on fire and it would be cool because you got a fat ass. You shouldn't tell women that. It makes women prideful, narcissistic, conceited, and arrogant. That's why when men go to another place in the world and a woman's good looking and she's not nasty, they find it refreshing, appealing. Because the women know that there's supposed to be some sexual modesty. We have an immodest culture among many of them. Just shame. I mean, twerking on top of cars, and another culture. If you tell a woman to stop shaking her ass, it would be within your right to slap her ass down and make her do it. In our culture, you can't say. You tell them, and if that's what they do, you just accept it. That's unacceptable. 99% of the rest of the world, and that kind of freedom. It's not really freedom. That kind of debauchery is encouraged, in particular, in the Black American community. And so that's part of Black women's cultural and collective betrayal of Black people, Black men, the righteous Black women, and Black children to carry on like this. They want this chaos. There's some things that people have to give up for us to survive as a people. And by the way, Project 2025, if we get Trump, the whole world, in fact, the world that the bitches knew, the world that the slut culture knew, when you need to be married to get Section 8, when you need to be married to get SNAP, when you, and if you haven't kept yourself up and you look like a retarded hot mess, you're not going to be able to get social benefits. God have mercy on these women. The only good news is if they don't have as much SNAP, they'll lose some weight. Judgments here, what we're talking about is a settling of accounts. So you can run wild in Black America, but it doesn't mean you can run wild in Black America. The same way Blacks in politics think that they can steal, just like white politicians do, they can't. The same way Black women think they can be as wild and out there as white women are, they're about to get yoked really hard. And it won't be Black men that do it, but we're going to have to listen to all the fucking chin symphonies of people whining about stuff. Count me out of that.
Well, I'll say this, gentlemen. Let me play a little bit more of this. But my brother Black Laren, I see you done stepped on this back into the kitchen. What's the word, brother Black Laren?
What's good, everyone? How's my mic?
Yeah, you're a little bit better, Black Laren. You're like at the end of the tunnel instead of the beginning, sir.
Yeah, I'm in my car, so hopefully it'll be pretty clear when I'm communicating.
Okay. Okay.
There we go. Let me play a little bit. Let me play a little bit more of this.
And watch Puffy beat on Kim, cuss Kim out, abuse Kim, and laugh at Kim. Kim's friends have came out and it's documented that they say Cassie used to.
Hold on. Here we go.
To be torturing Kim with Puff. She is not this victim broad that everybody is making her out to be. This is a treacherous bitch. Anytime
Look at Darlene. Darlene can't hate. She hate to hear accountability.
I say something right quick, Chef.
Go ahead.
You know what I see? I hate to say this. Dude sound kind of bitch made to me. Why? Because he's sitting over here snitching on Cassie, telling on Cassie, and listen to how he sound. It sounds like he's sitting at the table with like 3 women and he the 4th one. Just listen to him. I'm kind of looking at dude kind of sideways. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead and play it.
woman that is that beautiful is dating a nigga that is that regular looking, she's hustling her pussy. This is a woman that hustles vagina, and we treating her like she a Claire Huxtable or a respectable everyday woman. This is a libido whore. She's libido hungry, and she's money hungry, and she's eating, sucking, and fucking on anybody that got the paper.
Okay, but there are a lot of people that are pussy salespersons. So she's not exceptional, and I think the other woman would be offended by that. Maybe she's huckstered herself. So in reality, that's a lot of people, but I don't listen to these people. I don't like most. So that brother's not doing anything for me. And still, if Cassie was all the bitch that she said, Diddy is a man, men lead. If you shouldn't be with a treacherous woman. If you're a man as a leader, you should pick a righteous woman. But he's a wicked man, therefore a wicked man with a trifling, wretched woman. He's trying to make Diddy good because a wicked man picked a wicked woman. Maybe he wants $30 million, or maybe he wish he were in Cassie's place. I don't know.
Chef, they go that light skinned shit. And I want a light skinned nigga. They go that light skinned shit. You know,
I ain't even gonna. I ain't even gonna
DrRandyShort.
I ain't gonna pull a light skin, man.
This other ass nigga, this old beige nigga look like a pair of khakis. But anyway.
Well, yeah, and look, I mean, his hair is almost.
I want to go back to what you said earlier, DrRandyShort. When you said back in other cultures, when the women was in the streets and out there shaking their ass, the men would be able to smack their ass down. Let that shit go.
I don't even want that, but the women from other cultures have respect for men, and if they don't, they have a concern about the consequences.
That's the whole thing I'm getting to right there.
Okay, because if the women in my family have a reputation of being a whore, that's cast on me. A lot of women think when their reputation's a whore, whether they're a mother, for example, when a mother's a slut, when a mother's a skank, when the mother's a stud, in the words of my cousin, Dr. Holland, Spencer Holland, that he could get kids out of the worst of neighborhoods and get them into Ivy League schools and transform them. He says the only time I could not save a young man in particular was when the mother became a lesbian stud and moved another woman in. The boy couldn't participate in the dozens. He became outcast. You carry the shame and the stain. See, a lot of sisters don't recognize that when they have this whore-ass activity, it burns the men in their group. It's not separate from. They see this just, it's my body, it's my pussy. No, it's seen as a person with the pussy from that group. And that person with the loose ass in the bed makes the whole group look bad. I'm not saying that the men have it together. They do not. But if I'm a man, I walk down the street swinging my dick around, someone's going to check me typically. You see, women walk around with their ass exposed, no one can say anything. That's unheard of everywhere else in the world. And then the women say, they only look at us for our asses, but you have your ass hanging out. What? And by the way, other women in other cultures check women. You want to see same way this broad doesn't believe in accountability? That is almost the universal trait for most black women. They don't check other black women. They talk about women power and women's strength and all of that. And then when it's a woman is rogue, they look to a man. Okay, now you have to go back to the tradition and be a man that's in charge because I don't want to lose my equity of being included and belongingness with women. So now you be the asshole to check her. And you better check it with psychology and don't be physical. And you have to do it like a woman would. And if you do it too hard, I'll have to condemn you. This is complete shit. And we shouldn't be in negotiation with women over power and how things are done. Men should be able to lead the community, lead it in decency, virtue, kindness, and reverence, but we should lead. And consultative basis with women, yes. But a dictatorial, matriarchal shit that we have, I can assure you, and I noticed this when I was around black people, when I started going to school with black people, everybody has to get an award. That never happened at a white school. The best people got it and people accepted it. The black school, well, what about that child? In reality, I'm his slut ass, stupid ass mother that didn't read with him. I don't want to be reminded that I'm not a good mother. He should get an award just like the parents that have developed their child. You'll find a whole lot of this stuff in our community. It's this relativism, this immorality that's commonplace in particular from this single mother, whore ass woman mindset. And by the way, they get men that are just like them. Where you see one, you'll see the other. The problem is those men typically aren't around to misraise the children. The women are. That's why I'm beefing on the broads harder. You guys actually birth the kids, fuck up in your duty to raise them, and plenty of women have raised children without men and done a good job. A lot of these women now, they do completely shitty jobs and they want Mother's Day and shit, want all kinds of platinum roses and shit. Motherfucker, you can't even do a thing of ramen noodles right. You better sit your ass down and shut up.
Oh, this is what I say to this gentleman. You know what? I got Marilyn Mosby on deck.
Oh, hell with her.
Marilyn Mosberry. She got a word.
She looked like Chucky got the stitches removed.
She got a word for you, brother Doctor.
When you look at that picture right there, that's the pure definition of an angry black woman.
She got a few things she want to say to you, brother Short, with her kids and things. You know, it's a few things that they all got to get off their chest. You know, and you know, anybody. Marilyn Mosby, she's been sentenced to essentially house arrest.
Maybe she'll learn how to cook and clean.
Little tap on the finger, on the hand, you know, on the back of the head, you know, for I believe it was you, brother Doctor. I forgot.
That's the proverbial definition of be careful for what you ask for because you just might get it. A lot of them want to be in positions of power. They want to do a man's job. And
a lot of them want a roughneck.
So now look, now they got to be able to accept the consequences like men.
Well,
they always want to be men until it's time for them to be, until it's time for them to pay the piper. And when it's time to pay the piper, oh, I'm a woman. Oh no,
no, we need to make them go all the way through. I was talking to a colleague of mine.
Right here.
The women in the army were demanding equal opportunity to box with the men. And the guys were trying to spare the women, and they demanded. So the guy says, okay, let them fight. And the women were getting their asses beat in the boxing ring. Why? Right? By giving the women what they wanted. When a man says no, they go nuts. Woman says no, they say, okay. So it's whatever a man says, disagree with it. And that's a lot of folks that don't even realize that's in their nature. But, you know, you better get ready. The time is winding up, as they said. And going back to this Mosby broad and all the others, like you said, be careful what you ask for. If you ask for a roughneck, if you want a bad boy, then if he's selling dope, you get shot in the car with his ass. Don't say, oh, it's a tragedy. No. You're running with a person poisoning the community for profits. You're a pusher bitch. You're living high off of the poison, proceeds of poison in our community. Your ass got shot like he did. And you and I
And it's
both
like,
know, Twizzle, there were hoes that used to hang down in court. And once one pusher boyfriend died, they got another one.
oh, that's
Sure,
the
sure,
reality.
sure they
That's the
did.
reality. That's why you never fight over women, because while y'all fighting and killing over each other, she looking at the next motherfucker who's
Right.
coming up and
Right.
shining. That's
Absolutely.
why I learned you never fight over a woman, because if you do, you're gonna be replaced. While you and this nigga ready to kill each other, she's staring at both of y'all friends. You know what I'm saying?
And just like
Yes, indeed.
this brother said right here that he was on the stage rapping, and this woman, these two good, one dude shot another dude to death as he was on stage rapping. Leave. People need to leave this stuff alone. It's almost 8 o'clock. Is it 8? It's 3 minutes to 8. We should
That's right.
stop here
It's about to be
because
5 o'clock my time.
yeah, I want to
It was
do
a pleasure, gentlemen.
I want to do an Angry Black Men's Book Club, and I want to try to do it maybe 10:30, 11 o'clock. But I need to finish eating my Cornish hen upstairs. I thank Sister Sean. One of my YC sisters sent us a case of Cornish hens. Oh my God, those things are
That used to
good.
be my mother's favorite. My mother used to
Oh,
love Cornish hens.
oh my
Literally.
God. I
She's
mean,
called them baby turkeys.
oh yeah, or white men's dicks. They're so small.
Well, I'll tell you what. Here's what I want to do. Here's what I want to do. I want to go to brother. I got brother Vader here. Brother Vader, sir. You know, I need you to address the base app, and you know, let them know where you are as far as progress for the project right now. Salute to everybody, man. Brother Vader, are you there, sir?
Yeah. So as you know, I'm trying to get my fundraising campaign off. My wife and I created a small spot. I'm going to be working with you to get it better than what it is, because it's, you know, it's the bare minimum to get our campaign going on Indiegogo. We're looking for financing. Also, we are working to move what we have, the existing code base. We're moving it to what's called the Nostr protocol. The ex-creator of Twitter, you know, before Elon bought it from him, he owns Square and Cash App. He's kind of working on the Nostr protocol. He's funding different endeavors on that protocol. It's what we need to stay resilient, to be platform independent and decentralized, so that our message can never be stopped. So that's what I'm working on right now at this moment. I'll be releasing an update with that on Monday. But if you'd allow me, I'd like to play my short spot. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
All right, let's see if this works.
Ah, look at that, Brother Vader. Look like you're making some good progress with the app, sir. This looks good.
Hang on a sec. This thing is not. Is this? Hang on a sec. Let me see if I can switch this.
Yeah, sundown activity events. I like that. Look at that. Yeah.
Are you seeing my, or are you playing it?
We see it.
I'm playing this from your profile.
God damn, that's the Bay Area?
This looks crazy. I like this. Shout out to Brother Vader making progress. Shit.
I'm sitting here watching her.
Yep.
Look at that. Look at that app coming along. Yeah.
We have just one word for the app. It sure is white.
White on.
Yes,
that's
it's white. It's white.
White on.
Let me give you a little history about this. You know, one thing about the Bay Area, the black exploitation of the Bay Area came once the ports opened up. And when Chef C came out here, I took him out there and I showed him that. You know, George Lucas, he got the walking dogs from the cranes that's over there in the port. And that was the black migration, because they wanted a bunch of black people working on the porch because the work was hard and it was strenuous. Plus, dealing with the Bay Area climate, you know, Mark Twain always said the coldest winter he ever had was the summer in San Francisco. So once you're dealing with that Bay climate, them Neanderthals, you know what I mean, them motherfuckers, they didn't want to deal with that shit. You know what I'm saying? And so it's crazy on where we at right now. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Chef. I kind of lost my point, but yeah. When I look at that map, all those areas were straight segregated areas because back then, when the black workers came, it was only certain places that they can go. That's like when me and Chef C did that video. We was down there in West Oakland because that was the prominent spot where black people can be. Outside of that, if you was outside of West Oakland, everything was a sundown town. My dad always said if you didn't have a butler or maid outfit on, you had no business being outside of Oakland. And that's when the police would get on you. And that was the main purpose of the Black Panthers, to fight them police, because once black people was outside of that, we were terrorized. It was open season. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't realize that. They think it was radical, but no, we were fighting for our safety. We were fighting for our lives. You know, I mean, Chef C, he experienced that. He took a tour of that. We went through Harbor Homes. We went to the original places to where the only black people could be because they wasn't accepted in San Francisco. They could only stay over here in Oakland and on that west side because when they was building the bridge, that was the only way they can get work. And then once they opened up the ports, they wanted black workers. That's why it's a lot of black people from Houston, Louisiana, Mississippi out here. That's why a lot of us could trace our lineage to the South. You know what I'm saying? It's real deep. And when you look at that map, it was so segregated to where, like I said, this was damn near like the South, you know? And Dr. Short, I want you to check this out. Another history on the Bay Area, we had a city out here called Russell City. And Russell City is where Tesla is at right now. Tesla, where Elon Musk got his car plant at now, that used to be a black city called Russell City, to where all the black people, before black people was in Oakland, we was in Russell City. And they made it, it got so big to where it became part of the Chitlin circuit. You know what I'm saying? But what happened, once we get prosperous and once we start making things happen and once we start establishing resources, all the white people from Alameda County, they came and burnt it down.
I had dreams. Simple dreams of playing Atari and Rocket.
Oh, okay. Check this out, y'all. Yeah.
Broke heads and a Commodore VIC-20.
Shout out to
urged
Brother
me to create
Vic.
my own video games. My tech journey begins. I had to learn BASIC and assembly. No RAM, no storage, constantly reprogramming for efficiency. This instilled a passion and a resilience that defined my path, often as the lone black presence. I was a pioneer and a geek before it was fashionable, consistently surpassing expectations, rarely receiving recognition, hindered by systemic barriers, chained into economic disenfranchisement. I've done this for over 4 decades. I've witnessed the pervasive suppression of black communities, the digital divide widened by censorship, shadow bans and barriers to diminish digital voices. I refuse to be silenced. I've now found my purpose: rebuild and reconnect black communities through technology. My vision is economic empowerment and collective action, where black businesses thrive and voices are amplified without fear of censorship. I'm building an app called BASE, Black American Service and Supply. BASE is for economic offense and defense. Black Americans will reclaim our financial destinies. Together, we'll bridge the digital divide. We'll usher in an era of decentralized social organizing. We're rebuilding Black Wall Street's prosperity. Join us on this transformative journey. Together, we'll defy expectations. We will rewrite narratives, forge a future where censorship holds no sway and our collective strength knows no bounds. The BASE app.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So so yeah, like the thing is that Google and Yelp, we're not going to be able to say that we're boycotting this, we're avoiding that, and the app stores are not going to let our app just sit on there and shit on other on companies that are shitting on us. So that's the point of us moving to a protocol that is decentralized, that'll keep us going, irrespective of what anybody thinks about what we got to say about our destiny, right? And then there's going to be interfaces built in the back end to link companies together up that want to be linked. You'll be able to exchange money at way less of a rate than using your credit card on existing systems. And that's the point, is that we're taking the power away from all these companies and we're keeping our money in-house. So I want people to think about that. And just, if you want to donate or if you want to help with testing, please reach out to me. I'll put my email in the chat. You can reach out to me if you want to help test or if you want to donate. That's my name right there on the screen on the Cash App. And please support.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. This is the type of value that you gotta love. You gotta love value, ladies and gentlemen, and more value being brought to you. Support the brother Vader. $VADER BASS for this app, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we're looking for. This is what we need to keep going and keep it busy. So definitely get behind the program. But I'm going to let everybody say their piece, and then we're going to slide up out of here. Pause.
Okay.
Let me start with my brother Twizzle. Twiz, let them know how they can get a hold of you, man, how they can do business with you on the bando side of the game. Yeah?
You know what I mean, man? Y'all know my name is pretty much the same, man. Just support the Bass app so we can get this thing going, because it's something that we need. You know what I'm saying? It's time to weed out the weak and only the strong survive. So, hey, yeah, let's get this Bass thing going, man, so we can start connecting with our people and start building these bridges and network that is much needed, because time is ticking. We don't got time to wait, man. If we procrastinate, it's going to be too late. So, hey, shout out to the family in the room. I appreciate everybody who came. I appreciate everybody who stayed here and spent their time with us on this good Sunday. You are much loved and appreciated. So thank y'all. Thank Chef C. Thank Dr. RandyShort. Thank Brother Wolf. Thank everybody who came tonight, y'all. You know what I'm saying? And I'm out on that note. Peace.
Most definitely, Twiz. Let me go to the brother Wolf, brother Lone Wolf Juan J. Johnson, sir. Let them know what you got shaking, and maybe a couple of broadcasts that they need to go check out. I mean, that the one you did on Malcolm, very good broadcast. But let them know how they can get a hold of you as well for firearms training, brother Lone Wolf. You got the floor.
Good evening, peoples. Again, a great broadcast. If you want to reach me, go to lwftraining.com. That's lwftraining.com. Or just go to longwolffirearms.com. You're at the right site when you see the wolf in the middle of the target. But again, I just want you guys to realize this, that this, as a male, there's nothing more important than your purpose. You can love females and like them, but as a male, I need you to focus on your purpose. Nothing is more important than your purpose. No female. I know you raise children, we got families, but even that, you can't really do what you want to do if you ain't got your purpose in life. So again, I thank God for being on this broadcast. I thank Dr. Short and how he's doing his thing, and I need y'all to go to support that movie. I haven't seen the movie, the Mike Piece. Microphone check.
It's not in the theaters. It's like a one night only, like the song from Dreamgirls.
Mhm.
It's going to come out streaming and other stuff for Tariq. And I don't know if they're going to put it up on Amazon Prime, but it will come out this week. But thank you.
Yeah, but still go support it again. We got to hold these folks who are cosplaying us. They need some consequences, and I mean that. Too long we let too many people cosplay without consequences. Okay, so support that movie, support Dr. Short, support On Their Necks, support Brother Q, Sister Sean, Brother Vader,
That's right.
Twizzler, anybody who's about that patriot, that pat talk. I mean, we're trying to change some lives, change some directions. And I'll land my plane with that. Again, have a great day. Again, get your firearms training on, whether you come to along with firearms or go anywhere. But I need you to be serious about getting that gun training because it's different out here. And the closer we get to November, you're going to see the heat increase. So bless you all. Have a great day. I salute you.
Shout out to our brother Juan J. Johnson. Brother Vader, you got the floor, sir. Last things you want people to know about the base app, sir.
I think we got it set. It's all set. Just look out for updates. You know, we're coming. We're going to be releasing soon, and please support Vader Base. And you can find me on Indiegogo as well. You can just search for Base.
Phenomenal, brother Vader. Salute to you, brother. Dr. Short, you got the floor, sir.
Okay. Well, real simple. Just in particular, for everybody watching, it's wonderful if people like these, but people need to share it. How people can help all of our platforms is to become spreaders of the word. Y'all need everybody should try to send out 10 or 20 or of the different things to people because we're facing shadow banning. Honestly, had this been different, I'm not upset. I'm going to keep doing what I do. We should have had thousands. We got the thousands and then they began to work the algorithm. I deal with it all the time to prevent, and it's not that we're trying to get too big a crowd, but we should get the crowd of all those that would want to see us. We should be able to. That's the injustice is when people want us and they're not allowed to have us. You guys have to become our voice. That means y'all need to share these, in particular, send it to people that you think don't want to hear it. This is my motto is share Dr. Short with someone you hate, somebody you can't stand. You need to send them my stuff on a regular basis. You'd be amazed at what people will listen to. And sometimes every now and then people will wake up. I say I have people every now and then says, I hated you, I wanted to kill you. Now I think I love you, I like you. I don't know why I was thinking like that. We need to not let this be amongst a few. On their necks, Lone Wolf Firearms. Let's talk to all the different channels, the small channels, the grassroots channels that are talking about stuff. Pat Talk. This all needs to be shared, in particular to people who don't like it. I really, because trust me, we almost need people who can't stand this to hear that we're out here, we're not going away. Those that want to hear it, I guess in some way will find us. Other people that need to, but would never hear it unless you sent it to them. Um, it's set up for us not to find. This thing is not set up for people to connect. It's set up to segregate people into pockets. You need to be connectors where you introduce people. Someone says, I heard about you from a friend that I trust. And I started watching this stuff saying, damn, as one guy says, where have you guys been? I told him, we've been here. We're doing what we can do. Share it. It would truly help if people can donate. We've got a Cash App for the Patriarch Summit. I've got one. Chef C has one. We all have cash apps. Uh, I'm Dr. Randy Short at for Cash App. I'm W Randy Short for Zelle and PayPal. And as for people like Pedagogy, if people want to email questions, I'll try to answer them. Some things I can't or I don't know. Email or whatever. But Zelle, PayPal, Cash App, there's a GoFundMe. And it doesn't have to be everything. Believe it or not, when we have tens of thousands of people watching us, if each of those people had gave $2 or $3, we'd be flying. So in reality, there are people like Sister Quiet Scales, other people that may give you 20 or 50, or Sister Star will give you and maybe 100, but that's the one person out of maybe a, several hundred that didn't think to do anything, like a dollar's going to kill them. It's amazing. And by the way, you need to know Chef C and I and Quentin and I, YouTube will not profit share with us. YouTube won't let us do they are deliberately not, they don't even care if we had 10 million, they want us to go away. They're willing to lose money just to keep us off. If you want to resist them, help us. However you want to do it. If you want to donate, share, do comments, like, there's lots of stuff you can do. And it'll make a difference. And of course, I appreciate all the people that give, whether large or small. You do what's in your heart that you can do. Again, I'm Dr. Randy Short. I'm Dr. Randy Short in Patreon. I'm Dr. Randy Short in Cash App. And of course, Zelle, PayPal, WRandyShort at Gmail, which is also my personal email. Like one of my mentors, Dick Gregory, actually, I will call or email you back. You know what's wrong with us? We make idols of people who won't even spend any time, don't even know you, would not interact with you, would not speak to you. That's our fault, to invest in people who divest in you. So you could reach out to Chef. You can talk to different people. I see Sister Miriam on here. Certain people, the same person you see here on YouTube, I'd be the same person if you were sitting at a table with me. Chef C and Brother Juan and others know what you see is what you get. And that's all. All of us, the few of us, could make a tremendous difference. We want this Patriarch Summit to succeed. You may not be able to give much. Everybody's money is tight, but you could circulate our donation things. You could talk it up. You could tell people, somebody that you know can drop a piece. It's not just about the bag, but if you have no bag, you can't get anything done. If you were watching a regular video, they would have interrupted this at least 20, 30 times for commercials. That's not how we've done this. If I do a sermon, I don't consistently say, oh, give me money, I need a... But it should come natural to us to support each other. Same way this brother has this app. We should want to. Part of the change that we want has to start with us and how we support each other. To have to beg or to have to constantly repeat it says that we're talking to people who don't believe in doing for one another. The whole world watches that. Everybody sized us up, and it's not all of us, but there are too many of us that aren't doing the right thing with one another. That encourages other people to sandbag and disrespect as well, and they just pile on top of what they see us doing. But I want to encourage you guys to be decent in your relationship with each other. And yes, there's God. I happen to be of the Christian persuasion. It's real for me, real to me. If you don't have something, try it. And don't let a phony, the same way a man that beats women isn't representative of all men. A fake ass preacher like T.D. Jakes is not a representative, a true representative of a living God. He's a snake. He's a piece of shit. I've been disgusted by him for 40 years. I've never understood how anybody listens to him. Okay, one thing I have an eye for is fake ass preachers. I mean, them, shoot, we hate each other. It's real bad. It's like cops and robbers. It's like one, he can tell someone's a criminal predator. He could just feel it. A no good preacher. In fact, I met one because the preacher made me angry. I wanted to jump on this nigga while I was there to kind of hit me off. This preacher, I wanted to beat his ass, but you can't beat preachers' asses. But I feel like it. They're not helping our people. But we need your help. We want your help. I'm glad you guys stayed. We didn't think we'd be talking this long, but this stuff needs to be said, and we have to love each other. So I want everybody to be a coon buster, be against coons and traitors. Remember, we need our reparations, our MFM. Your pronouns politically need to be MFM and cut the check. Those are our pronouns, our motherfucking money and our check. It's our God given right to be paid. And part of reparations, it starts with us repairing and respecting one another. If we don't do it, nobody else will. Let me stop there. I'm sorry I talked this long. Okay.
No doubt, brother Short. Salute to you, man. This is definitely our longest broadcast, period, ladies and gentlemen.
Lord, we didn't think it would be this long.
This is extremely long, but you know what? Listen, there was a lot of information there. Yeah. And then some real stuff that came through. So I want to thank everybody for joining us here today, ladies and gentlemen. Again, make sure for those who are interested, what should be all of you, email us. You got questions about the Patriarch Summit, definitely come through, support. Definitely hit us on our cash apps. We're looking to bring it to you.
And treat us like we're white.
In August, ladies and gentlemen, 24th of August, all right? Tentatively at the Thurgood Marshall Center. We're looking to bring this to y'all for sure. So definitely hit us up, man. And we want to add a couple more speakers to.
If you guys know speakers, if you know some authors, some serious people, send them our direction.
For sure. So with that being said,
thank you.
I want to thank everybody for joining us here today. And remember, for those of you who are catching the playback, definitely hit the Cash App if you'd like to do so. $FTS49. Definitely hit that Cash App. Also, share the replay and then share the information shared with you today. And remember, in a system of white degeneracy, you stand for nothing, you fall for anything.
That's right. And when Michelle goes bro, Obama goes by.
I'll catch you on the flip side, family.
All right, see you. Bye. That's right, y'all. We're done. When Michelle goes bro, Obama goes by. I'll see you guys. Coon Busters, MFM, definitely MFM. Amen and Kevin. Take care. I'm out of here. See you guys over here.